it for it,
alive.
Sid.
Let's hash.
Hey, Absurdist Boy, here we are, bitches. Welcome to Dungeon, bitches. The very first.
Us, the bitches in the dungeon.
We are the bitches in the dungeon. Well, they're the bitches in the dungeon. I'm the mistress of the dungeon, and you're here on Diesel Shot. In case you find this game cool and are down with Powered by the Apocalypse and queer disaster lesbians fucking shit up and having relations in a dungeon. The Kickstarter is right there in the going live text, so hey, pop on over. They're still alive. They're still going strong. Their rocket's going to the moon. I think they've broken like 20k USD. They're across the pond, so I suppose they're counting it in pounds, eh? Perhaps pounds sterling, pences, half pence. So if you want to throw them a tuppence for perhaps a digital preview. Savvy.
Oh,
yeah. I move here from my cringe act to the dark.
So I'll give you a halfpence to stop.
Oh, yeah, I feel like those are the ones that they had to like print on like little like felt because they weren't even worth like metal. Anyway, I digress. We come
I think
now.
you're thinking of a
halfpence. Yeah,
Never mind.
I am.
Move on.
Point
Yeah,
is,
you came here for sex and trauma, but let's discuss British currency.
Yes, let's.
the
Can we all
tangents.
talk about the sterling?
So,
And something tea.
something to. I say. Yeah, you guys are gals.
Everywhere, by the way.
What, Pat?
Yeah. Oh, I'm still making shill posts.
Of
but
course,
continue.
of course. But yes, here we are. And for women who have been, for a variety of reasons, cast out by society and can find no safe harbor here in quote-unquote civilization, must now brave Mygazar Dungeon, a great and terrible place, a blown-out mountain, saying to their south, once, like the Olympus of this world, a home to the gods, it was destroyed 1,000 years ago, as heralded by the Prior of the Nameless King, a religion that now dominates this region of the world. There are many strange happenings here in Cotton. The menhirs, the standing stones, people increasingly find themselves waking from dreams standing in front of them, sometimes naked, sometimes just covered in mud, sometimes both, if they're lucky. And people are increasingly turning to quote-unquote witchcraft explanations, and various other ills like crops turning foul have begun to be blamed on women, or as Lord Yen here would say, the high crime and misdemeanor of bitchery. You are now picking up the final supplies you'll need to make a go of it outside of the cruel confines of this town, and head to the dungeon under Mount Mygazar, where you've heard some nuns and others make a safe harbor for women. But to get there, you'll need to brave quite a few dangers, and you might discover a few things about yourself and your companions along the way. From left to right along the bottom, we begin here with Nicilia Amaranth. Tell us about how the long and turbulent road that's taken you here.
Hello, I'm Nicilia Amaranth. I used to be a princess until I wasn't, for very rude reasons. Not sure how much should I say like at the beginning, and how much should I let come out
I
in
think
gameplay?
you let some of the details. What would every companion you travel with know? Probably, like, I'm assuming you don't spill every detail to the first person you meet.
That's true, and that didn't go well the first 5 people I met, so I stopped doing it.
Learned quickly.
I was destined to marry a prince of a neighboring kingdom, and then my parents had a daughter, and they decided she was better for the job, so I was more or less kicked out. So it's been a real great time going from living in a castle to living on the streets. It's been fun, except for all the stuff.
So
And now I'm hanging out with my friends.
is the slave
and-
Leia garb like traditional to your kingdom, or is that like an act of defiance against your former clothing?
It's what I was given.
Yeah, I'd assumed it was what the asshole gave him or gave her.
You know, my wardrobe
asshole
wasn't
was like-
extensive after I was
Yeah.
thrown out of the family. And there was a certain individual who did things,
Was like,
and
hey, want a
you know,
job?
this is the legacy of that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the follow, Jum Hades. You get to name a generic NPC at some point. Keep your eyes open. Oh, and remember, if you want to spend channel points, you can give any of these people a Dangerous to Go Alone. Just put in their name. And thank you, Rez PWG. Oh, a party wiper in our games. It's more likely than Lee thinks. All right, so Nicilia, that's your?
Yes.
All right, Pandora. Tell us what all your traveling companions would know about this particular witch.
Okay, so hi, I'm playing Pandora. She is probably colloquially known by, or at least her companions, as the Bitch of the Wilds. And she was trained by the Bog Bitch Hagdala. And I'm just rolling with these bitches' names.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like a bitch and bog.
Yeah, it's and she does the general witchy things. She can contact spirits and can provide the magical support for our group, which is probably why the others keep her around. She's not very good at things like necromancy, but she can do some spirit work. Yeah.
Sometimes.
Her outfit was also given to her, but just not in the same context.
Slightly different context.
I mean, shit. If your outfit was given to you in the same context as mine, I have a lot of questions about witch practices.
Yeah, it's like, can I become a witch? This is a much better outfit.
It's a really
I mean,
good outfit.
shit. It's much more of an outfit. I had to get this jacket separately.
Yeah,
Yeah, and also you have a little snake friend at the end of your staff. We love to see
it's
it.
true.
Excellent. That's the 411 on Pandora.
Yeah.
All right, Vessa, tell us about your totally normal human shape and body and history and friendship with these people, who all know about how human you are.
Totally human.
Well, yeah. So, Vessa's a, let me actually, I wrote a little spiel. I suppose I could just kind of read a little bit of it. Vessa
Boy.
is...
Everyone get ready for a half hour.
Novel time.
Vessa is, well, she was raised by hunters out in the woods. She was raised as a boy, and you know, all her siblings, you know, it was a family of all boys. At least I thought at first. Yeah, it didn't last long for her as she grew as a huntress. She also realized that she was a huntress, not a hunter, and she pursued ways to make that her reality. Because of course, it was kind of miserable living as a boy like that. So she went ahead and Blue Rune, and I'm blinking on the name of the other medication.
Yeah, but there is in-game here,
But,
like, they have, like, a fantasy HRT equivalent for, like, all the common, like, hormones and hormone blockers.
It's fucking radical. Yeah, so she went ahead and got, she got Blue Rune, and she was outed by her siblings, and, kicked out of her household in the middle of the winter. And she tried to survive, and she found a way. And she's totally human as a result of this, and 100% not a feral snake monster in the shape of a human, because,
That's good, because I am also 100% what I appear to be, and there is no hidden truth.
Yeah,
My character.
don't look too deeply into the snake themes going on in any character.
No,
She's
absolutely.
clearly just a virgin huntress, which that backstory would make perfect sense for her.
Avert thine eyes.
That's so bad. Virgin, so bad.
Exactly. Virgin Huntress is actually another deal in the game.
Deal is such a good word for them.
This is so radical.
Yeah, it's like, what's your deal?
What's your deal?
What's your
Yes,
deal?
Ain't Slade, you can. Are you follow the channel? Ain't Slade, you can absolutely submit the name Chester Checkers. I'll warn you, most of the men in this story are not nice people, so Chester might be a bit of a dick, but they'll encounter him.
He sounds like he has a
Chester Checker
past.
sounds like a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also may want to sell us snack foods.
Possibly.
Indeed. Yeah.
Oh yeah, world builder.
And with that,
Hell yeah, we're all
yeah, with that, I believe we come to Chorus.
Hi, I'm Chorus. The deal name for this is Corpse Doll, so I think someone in chat said Lich Bitch, which is fairly accurate, except it's not quite as good as Lich Preservation. Like, lots of bits of me have been gently used, not necessarily by me before they were acquired.
Hey, some of my bits have also been gently used.
Yeah, as you can kind of see from Pat's very excellent drawing, as opposed to just like small innocuous stitches holding various old wounds and stuff together, my character's gone with full-on embroidery, which she does on all of her stuff, and also on her own flesh, because why not? Like, at the point where you can no longer pass for human, you might as well create yourself as a new canvas. So she's on the run from, a necromancer for obvious reasons. She picked up a few tricks of the trade, which is why she's on the run and not disassembled parts going into another person. And found this lovely community of adventurers to hang out with as she fights away to decay and seek justice.
Nice. And indeed, they all find themselves on a humble island with the village of Cotton and the dungeon of Mygazar. And there's a few locations in town, as laid out here in Cotton locations. Have I adjusted these? Yeah, for our griefs. They're under background.
Explain what we're listening to the audience.
Yeah, we're listening to our friends at the Bad Drugs. Some of them have been on our channel before for data corruption. Jackie and the gang. GOM Dionysus, we love to see our tabletop anthologies crew repping it. Hyper Cheese.
Yeah,
and Bandcamp in the chat.
Disbanded band will be actually joining us next week for the same game, same time.
Yeah. But with that, all that said and done, our four bitches are here. Unfortunately, under the harsh light of day, and I'm gonna say that you begin your journey in the streets of Eastside. Eastside is not the side that one would hope to be in socioeconomically, but it is where you find yourselves and where you've probably spent most of your time in Cotton. Thank you for the host.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I'm gonna put the party under the control of the party, but Fraugrief's store, the place where you have like one connect for, so like you can just buy like a backpack and some like hardtack or whatever, right? Like there's shops. You have some coins together. But some more adventuring things like climbing gears, weapons, oils. You need a line. You need a
Don't worry, I have lots
supplier.
of oils.
And the more reputable salespeople of lubes and firearms can't be found selling to, women like yourselves in various states of disrepair, decay, and despondency. So you're probably going to need to hit up Frau Grief, a grizzled old adventuress. She runs a shop under a bar on the dock front in East Side, a rough and tumble place for sailorly and fisherman types. You could go there.
Why wouldn't we already have items? We've adventured before.
You have. You just need to re-up. So you're not buying, the original things that you have. Well, I'm assuming most of you have some of them. But, you run low on some resources. I don't know what they are, but we assume magical reagents.
We need a hard tax.
I mean, I think a third of the party needs their hormones.
Yeah. You're hitting up Frau Grief for the moans.
Food and hormones and weird body things.
Diesel
I have a question
681
of
with
a party of a 4 can be broken into a third, but we'll move on.
Sorry, I meant to say 3/4.
Diesel 681 with a good suggestion in the chat. Get a gun.
Get a gun.
I thought this was a medieval universe. How are there guns?
It is. I was kidding. There's not. Frau Grief does not sell guns.
It's medieval Renaissance adjacent.
It's that Warhammer zone. That Warhammer
so you
zone.
can have a cannon.
Yeah, can we get a cannon?
It would
Bitches
just
love cannons.
I mean,
Bitches
that's
love
true.
cannons.
I do love a cannon.
Yeah. I think we're
Wink,
all-
wink, if you catch my drift.
Yes.
Oh God.
The choice left here is, are you going to go to Frau Grief's store just, nakedly, on the beach, from the boardwalk, or are you going to take the tunnel entrance that some bitches take to avoid notice?
We should probably.
Where's the
take
tunnel entrance come in through?
The sewer. You know that there's a grate here at this intersection, and, it's work hours, so only some spinsters and some kids will be around, probably nobody trying to enforce the anti-bitchery laws will be there. You do, however, occasionally see some, very creepy-looking robed guys. It seems like the last grasp of the tourist attraction phase is going through. You're not quite sure what that's all about, but some people in robes are walking around, and the occasional stand at East Side is selling religious tchotchkes, blessed by the priory of the nameless king. And, ooh. They turn scornful eyes upon any women they see doing anything other than being, homely.
Of course. How dare we not do anything but be pregnant and inside our homes all the time?
Yes, indeed, and not be escorted by big, strong men to keep us safe.
Yeah, fuck men.
Yeah, down with the patriarchy. They're the worst.
Yeah, men suck. What have men ever... Yeah.
I mean, in this universe, at the very least, they really suck.
Indeed.
In this universe, they're the worst.
I mean, I suck in general, regardless of the universe I'm in, but... I guess we'll take the sewer. I'm not happy about it.
Mhm.
How does Nasilia react to so the cool question is what character actually proposes oh yeah, let's take the sewer?
Pandora will propose it. It's fine.
Yes,
I'll probably start with that. Ew.
It's really much more hygienic than you realize. Just don't touch the water. Make sure you rinse off after.
That's where the people poop.
Well, like I said, just like all things, rinse off once you're done.
People could poop directly in the sewers, I suppose, but that's not normally how it happens.
The poop goes through the sewers. Whether it's fresh poop or 15-minute-old poop is not super relevant to my issue of it's little poop. Do we have to wade in the poop? I don't have
Sewers
boots
have
for that.
walkways.
I did have boots for that.
Actually wade in the poop.
Well,
they have canals for the poop. You don't go in the poop. You
Does anyone have a perfume I could use to mask the scent of the poop?
Stuck with us. You stuck smelling like the rest of us.
I can do a sachet of some of the herbs I use to keep myself smelling mostly normal.
Hey, that sounds good to me.
You smell like an embalming room now.
I mean, shit. I'd rather smell like I've smelled embalming fluid. It smells better than shit.
Fair enough. You only stay smelling like shit if you've walked through the sewers if you're not hygienic. And I'll have you know, I clean myself very frequently.
Hey Lee, can I make the first roll of the night?
Yeah. What do you want to roll?
Because I care about not having to listen to the princess's bitching.
Yes.
All night while we go through the sewers.
Uh-huh.
I want to cast spirit servants, and I'm gonna conjure up an air elemental to float just around their nose and
okay.
Oh shit! Where do you? Where do
kind of
you?
with her to make her like distracted? No,
I thought you were gonna like use an elemental to gag me or something, and I'm like, I'm here for it, but at the same time, how dare you?
No.
Listen. The air elemental is also for asphyxiation, but
Yeah. You're not at that level of comfortability yet. I mean, sure. Where do you engage in that? Do you like wait till you get like down the alley near the grate to start?
I want to do it in front of these priests just to show. No, we're going down towards the Gaze upon my witchcraft.
Yeah, all right. So you find a likely overhang where like only the urchins can see you, and they're mostly busy playing Paladin Stabs
Urchin
the Monster.
Yeah.
And yeah, you guys. I mean, yeah. Give me that queer. Give me that queer roll.
What's your? What am I rolling for this?
So it's going to be 2d6, and what is your
I have a +2 in my queer.
Very queer. You're here. You're queer. You're casting a spell. 2d6 plus 2. Everything's
2d6.
a 2d6.
All right. Cool.
Vitality and system at work. Oh, hey, that's success. Just the normal kind, still.
Nice. So what does this move stipulate on just a success?
On a success, the summoned entity will serve you for a price. Offer the appropriate sacrifice, and it will perform a single service for you, and then returns whence it came.
All right.
I also get a bond on it.
All right. So like some dust pops up. The overhang shakes and some wood shavings come off, and there's just like that wood haziness, and then it all congeals and begins to dance around as if a wee dust devil, somewhat throwing up Nacilia's coattails. And you feel a screeching whisper on the air that you feel like only you can see. Like when you're in those special AV rooms that have the speakers pointing down that make that nice acoustic zone that you sort of walk into and out of. Yeah. You feel like only you are hearing this. As everyone else is like, what's up with the wind, huh? And it says, for this service I must exact a price. Tell me, what service would you ask of me? And be sure to make it nice.
Well, the princess here would like you to sit on her face, and keep the unpleasant smells from her nostrils. And in exchange, she'll be more than happy to let you take her breath away for a short time.
Sitting on her face and autoerotic asphyxiation.
I mean, it's not auto because Ghost is doing it.
For such a deed, I take to with glee, but do not trifle and expect such easy payment in future of me. And, Nacilia, you feel like, all of the sense of the world are away. And, yes, Alex, pain. You feel as if though you're also like, no air in, no air out, no air in, maybe no air. You feel like you might want to get going.
Okay, I'm looking a bit panicked, but I'll keep walking.
The Dust Devil descends and almost creates like this bubble around like your upper body. And it feels like there's like I
saw the scene in Legend of Korra.
There's like cutting air at your edges, and you feel like you've got that bubble, but it's not. Yeah, almost like an anarchist might be about to end a cycle. All right, so
we only have as long as she can hold her breath. We should move quickly.
Luckily, part of my training as a princess involved breath control for reasons I'm not going to get into.
for censored reasons, for redacted reasons. Yeah.
Oh no.
How can you say the safe word if you can't speak?
There's a hand sign.
Oh, yeah, like the hand sign.
I believe the hand sign is this one, right?
Yeah.
No, that comes up too frequently. It's got to be something you're unlikely to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, what hands am I unlikely?
You gotta throw up Wu-Tang whenever it's.
Oh God, I'm just gonna die in that case because I don't think I can.
That's signing nothing to fuck with. All right. So you hear a sound of rushing water, striking upon other waves, but it's not the sewer, which is mostly a slow sludge. It's someone's pissing off the pier outside, and you can just see it through the grates. Someone says, "Oof, my name ain't Chester Checkers. This was quite the establishment you've been drinking at tonight."
I don't have sight if I'm supposed to be able to see anything.
Blind! You're all blind! Yeah, I fucked up. You don't control yourselves. One moment.
I was about to say, I know I'm supposed to be able to breathe, but come on.
Aw, yeah, look at this dope-ass map.
Dope-ass map.
Yes, this will be largely a Theater of the Mind game, but I did make this map before I was aware of that, so...
To see the brown stains of the sewer in person.
Yeah, revel.
Hooray.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not blood, that's poop.
As Mr. Tyrell would say, revel in your time.
Is this central trough where the poop is?
The central trough is where some of the more gunk is.
The effluvia, if you will.
I state to Chorus, I hate being around these trappings of man. Much easier in the nature, where the shit doesn't linger like this.
It's like, that is the unfortunate consequence of having too many people. Period.
And they call it.
Everyone should just get chambermaids, and then they'll take your poop away and put it somewhere else.
Where do you think the fucking chambermaids put the shit?
In the streets.
That's not my problem.
It is now.
Actually, it was very briefly my problem, but it's no longer my problem.
Yes, weren't you the chambermaid for some time?
Yeah, didn't you?
Well,
I don't know if you know that, though.
No, that's fair.
I'd say you probably know that.
Okay.
Well,
And
then,
just, like, enjoy the democracy of sewage.
Yeah.
They mostly use me for other things.
So you guys see there's two grates up ahead. One of them is sort of like boarded up and over, the other of which has been taken out and had a wooden door installed in it. The baseboard of that door is what one would call nice. And, it's showing slight signs of water damage, but is otherwise perfectly serviceable. You know this well to be the side entrance to Frau Grief's store. You can, of course, sneak a peek. Yeah.
There's a special knock or something.
No. Like, throw yourself up at the door and I'll...
I'm gonna hop over the shit trough.
You should make a roll for that, Lee.
No, we don't roll too often. We only roll if there's a chance of failure or success. If I was mean, I would say she's inherently going to fail. But what you do feel is a bit of a tightening of your breath as you jump into it, and you realize that the gas is now like really situated on your face.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, but the door swings open, and yeah.
Also, I realized when I made the joke already about the chamber, I'm probably not saying anything right now due to lack of air.
Yeah.
Oh God, you're right. I forgot.
You're hearing you hear Surly, bitches enter.
What are we all doing standing outside?
Yeah, Pandora walks in. Frau Grief's like, "Oh, if it isn't another witch from the bogs. Ah, yeah, a likely group. I remember when I used to trounce around like you." Nucilia, you feel as if though the spirit acknowledges that the need for it has gone, and it like flattens around your head and then slurps up your nose and down your throat. It's not hanging over you in a cloud anymore.
Amazing.
Is it in my lungs now?
Can she breathe?
You try to breathe.
I try to breathe. I do a breath.
You successfully breathe, but you feel like you're only taking in about half the air.
Ugh.
I've been lung monstered.
Yeah, so Frau Grief's like, yeah. What can I do you for? Get into Mygazar? Oh, yeah. Likely. Well, I got the pry bars, the grapnel, the rope, the liquor. Oh, and we just got new tea sets in.
Ooh, I look at the tea set.
I'm like,
were you able to acquire our recent order?
Yeah. I've got what you girls need right here for the usual fare.
The usual fare.
I'll wave Vesa over
Hey,
as we
Fandor,
get our we get our blue rune and stuff from.
Yeah,
her,
you get your blue runes, you get your amber,
Anderfall, that's it.
your Anderfalls, and one assumes you have some meager means of coinage, and you make this transaction on a regular basis. Frowgrief isn't nickel and diming you for this, or pence and tuppencing you. You make the exchange in a well wrapped package for discretion, and Frowgrief's like, so, what else can I do you for? She's notoriously a bit gruff, but she probably knows more than anybody about the inside of the dungeon in terms of people who live in town.
Okay, so
what can you tell us about the inside of the dungeon?
Vesta takes her package, and she always looks at it like, you know, with a like genuinely happy smile for a second. Every single time she's had it, you know, for quite some time, about a decade now, but every single time it just makes her happy. She puts that away in her bag.
Yeah.
She's not the talker in the party though. By any stretch.
Yeah, Nasilia, when you go to say, like, just tell us about the inside of the dungeon, you do feel like something takes your breath away momentarily, and then vanishes, and you can speak again.
All right, I do like a second. I'm like, what? Oh, yeah. So what's the deal with the dungeon?
Frowgrief's like, wow, why's your face so flushed? It's your first time asking an old timer about her time in a dungeon? What, is this some sort of euphemism? You scared?
Of course,
Excited?
like, that's the longest I've ever heard you not talk.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I don't know. It just something felt weird.
Strange. Not sure what that could have been.
This is a record. Not that I'm counting.
Maybe my collar was a little tight.
She's like,
Trying to tighten it?
She's like, well, I don't part with information like that. Some secrets just aren't meant to get out.
And Cora's like, do you have any equipment recommendations we might be able to purchase here?
She's like, oh, well, you could never go wrong with a good pry bar. Some of the old, well, I guess my real question is, what way are you planning to enter the dungeon? You would popularly know there's two ways into the dungeon. One, at the base of it, is into the Fell Fortune Mines. The other, at the top, is a mountainside hike into the Drake Jormungand's lair. Not seen out of the mountain for over a century at this point, some say that the Drake has fallen dormant or even died, and that her treasures might be there ripe for the taking. None yet brave enough to try, though.
Nasilia has learned through the train that you should always focus on the tip.
I think the
Sorry, the top.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think
Same difference.
Frogrief's like, I prefer to get down there myself. But yeah, if you want to go climbing, you'll want some climbing gear, and if you don't have anything warm, you might I don't know, stuff your clothes, get a little fuzzed up, because you can get chilly even though the mountain's top is blown. If you try and go up towards the entrance of the mountain, yeah, you'd have a bad time. Also,
Okay, I look down at my outfit as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, honey.
About the temperature.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know what? Maybe the base will work.
Sometimes you got to work the base and the tip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes you got to start from the base and work your way up. That's what I always say.
My character gestures at her woolly gloves, which at least Chorus would know hide actual claws, and she'd be like, "You guys are just cowards."
And like,
Listen,
well,
I
just in
I
case
was
you can
intrigued.
buy, like,
I
a
was
primer
intrigued
and
by the
grab,
thought
like,
of treasure.
I already have rope.
Yeah, Frowgrief, makes this exchange for you at some reasonable rate, and she's like, never go wrong with some rope in a dungeon.
I'm like, oh, I found it quite useful.
Yeah, especially for extracurricular activities, she says, looking at Nasilia for no particular reason.
I look back very confused.
Amazing.
She can show you.
I flash you a look like you're not confused.
I mean, in a very fundamental level, I am.
We know. Well, we don't, but we know.
Vesa, were you wanting to try the lair? The prospect of additional treasure was intriguing. You might also get to fight a dragon.
Out of this world.
Frogreef laughs heartily at that and says, "Oh, if you get on Jormungand's bad side, you can expect to be, well, I hope something that rhymes with ore is on your bucket list."
Poor?
That's where my brain went.
And then, like, it's four.
Oh, ore.
Oh, right.
Snore?
I was kind of expecting
Or
4 because of lack of income. But anyway.
It's going to give us more treasure?
Ooh, good point.
Like, I'm sure the dragon will be very entertained by this before we're eating.
Yeah, if you want to play the rhyming games, I can show you all the door. Come on.
See,
This
we're
isn't-
on a.
this isn't the
Tell
stand-up.
me you got some more.
This isn't the stand-up club, all right?
Wait, those
That's
stand-up
next
clubs?
door.
Amazing.
Forget this whole dungeon stuff.
Right? We could do a stand-up routine. Wait,
No.
guys, I've got a great idea.
I have a feeling for no particular reason that stand-up's probably a male-dominated thing. There's no examples of that I can think of.
Yeah, well, you know what they say. You know what they call a funny woman.
Dead.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Next up for the flogging stand. Lord Yen here considers women making jokes to be a high crime and misdemeanor.
At least that time it wasn't a slur. So, you know.
Well, there's that.
You know what? Progress is really being made.
Move over here and whisper to Nasilia, like, maybe you should try flirting with her for information. She seems to have a thing for you.
Yeah,
I kind of look at her like, I'm like, really? Oh, okay, I'll give it a shot. And I'm like, you know, I'll do a classic move. I'm gonna scooch over towards this side of the counter. Not in the gap area, but like closer to Pandora. And, you know, kind of lean on the counter, you know, get a shot of the non-existent cleavage. And then do like, oh, I know you want to keep them all secret, but come on. You can tell us a little bit about the dungeon. You seem so smart and strong.
All right, so let's check out the moves. They're all visible to you under the rules folder, and I think this is under the queer moves as well. So what is your queer score here, Max?
My queer is normally +2 because I invested heavily into it. However, I also have something called Poison Seduction, which gives me a +1 if I'm able to take a little time to prepare my appearance first, any flirtation. I don't know if that's something I would have done before this.
I think you would have had to. I think that's a per person planning. I think your default your default is you're set up to seduce, like, you know, like the upper crud. Frogreef is a bit more salt to the earth bitch who's moved back to town to run the shop. Hard,
all right,
soft,
so
green,
yeah, I just get the 2.
yeah, so give me that 2d6 plus 2. What are you hitting? Let's see.
Give me a
You
second.
take the swing, but do you miss? Yeah, Shay here with the point that you did walk through the sewer, although she was saved from the scent.
Okay, well, technically I rolled a 3 + 6 + 2 the first time, which is a 11. The second time I rolled 6.
Ooh, an 11 is really good.
Yeah, you get an overwhelming success. They're into it. She's into it. She picks up on it, and she offers you some information. You see the things you want, and you both get 1 bond on each other, and no hurt is transferred here.
Nice.
And she says, well, I might have some pointers, but let me put it this way. If you're looking to get to the Heart Hand Nunnery, you're going to want to head through the mines and watch out for the bits that get all circulary. Oh, and the vault, you know, the one full of gold and treasure. Sometimes the real treasure are the fallen Titan Forge mistresses you find in hilariously outsized rooms, given their stature.
It's not the friends we make along the way.
Nah, fuck that. Anyway, yeah, you come by.
I have a friend for once.
Well, little Miss Nasilia, I don't do friends, but, you know, before I come by the shop, I could use a sweeper.
I'm like,
ooh.
Is sweeper also innuendo?
The way she's wiggling her brow, you get the sense. She just makes
I think I might have to take you up on that.
She makes a certain face that can't be that's against Twitch terms of service. It really gives you a sense of the direction that her implications are going.
There's only one facial expression I could think that could possibly be against Twitch terms of service. It'll make no sense for her to use in the scenario, but I'm here for it.
Lewd.
So White Rage is a talented seamstress, and I'm getting the feeling that I've made this woman at least one maid outfit before.
Indeed. Not for her to wear, but yes.
For others.
Yeah.
You know, she like trades in kind. You know, this is a bit of a marketplace. But yeah, you guys stock up on whatever you'd need. Oh, you might not be able to get everything you want, given your meager supplies. But Necilia, tell me, do you have additional fundage or lines of credit from back home? Did you take that move?
Oh no.
Okay, just kidding. Then you don't. Yeah, you're you're geared up enough. Anything you feel you'd reasonably have, you have. We're not gonna get too deep on that. But Fraugrif, Fraugrif gives you a gentle, you know, like tip up of the chin, and she's like, yeah, just be sure not to look any snake-haired ladies in the eye when you go into the mines. It would be a shame to see you turned into the scenery.
I know.
That's ominous.
I don't want to be scenery.
And I'm like, well, I think you should pick a different outfit then.
Well, you know, one can be on display without being scenery.
Fair point.
This is this. I feel comfortable in this.
Yeah, and it's easy to wear and easy on the eyes. All right, so yeah, but Fraugrif after the exchange is like, all right, I don't make money doing small talk. You hear like some loud arguing upstairs. It sounds like some people in the tavern are getting to a drunken fist fight. She's like, I hope nobody comes crashing through the ceiling again. That was quite the repair job.
Doesn't sound fun. I'll stick to where the woods aren't made into planks, personally, with regards to the roof over my head.
She's like, so, cave?
Cave.
Yeah, you, I wish I was still out there, dungeoneering. It's more liberating than society. It has its own dangers, but different ones. Ones you could, you know, kill with an axe or outwit. Here, doesn't matter how stupid your enemy is. They're numerous and they have the backing of the entire society.
We live in a society. Bitches rise up.
Don't worry about it, Fraugrif. You're still young and beautiful. You have many long years ahead of you. She's gone.
She's like, oh, get out of here.
She's gone. Yeah, she's lying through her teeth and she's already out.
Yeah,
That was
y'all bail. Y'all bail.
I look at you. I'm like, hey, in the future, when you lie, sound like you're telling the truth. It really helps.
Oh, we had no use for we had no use for truth in the woods.
Before I leave, presumably I'm the last one out because I feel like my character takes up the rear. Yeah, she looks around and she says, "See you in 3 months, please."
Yeah, if you live that long.
Oh, I'll live that long. I've got something to live for.
Oh, yeah?
She shakes her packet. Thanks.
Anytime, gal. All right. Yeah, so y'all peace off from the store. You've got your equipment, and it feels like you know, probably approaching noon. If you get hiking, you should make the dungeon before nightfall. I might not. I might die of the hacking cough on the way. Don't worry, we have a little button Pat can push, which she'll cycle in for Dungeon Mistress. It'll be fine. She'll DMPC Vivessa.
Don't worry if I die. Pat can take over.
The
Mask
only
on.
thing we need to be concerned
Fuck
with.
it, mask
There's
on.
a button.
Question: when I step back out into the sewer, does the wind elemental resume its work?
No.
No.
Okay, so I step out of the sewer and immediately start gagging.
I grab your leash. I'm assuming there is one attached to your collar, and I say,
Yeah.
"Come on."
Oh
I'm like,
dear,
okay.
did you want it again? Was it that good?
No, I'm probably not responding to you because I'm dry heaving.
Yeah, I drag her for sure.
Amazing.
You can't smell it if you move fast enough.
It's fair.
I'll break the wind for you. All you have to do is
That just sounds like you're gonna be ripping farts on my face.
Maybe that's what the elemental was doing.
You're redacting,
You don't know.
redactings. A redacted thing occurs. They default to going behind you.
Is farting now lewd? What? What are you farting?
I would say don't look up cake fart.
I don't look at
Oh,
lewd,
sure.
redacted. Don't redacted the redacted.
Don't redacted the redacted.
Move along. Oh god.
The dungeon.
Yeah.
To the dungeon!
Yes, people are. No, hey, no shaming here, but yeah. You guys pop back up from a likely hole. Now you just have to. So okay, the river splits the paths. To the east, past Hangman's Stand, is where you'd go to make your ascent up the mountain. To the west, past the Flogging Rack, is where you would go to make your way to Fell Fortune Mines.
I guess we're going past the flogging rack.
Well, my favorite town location.
All right. So your two
Yeah, I'm sure
options.
no bad things will come from walking through the good part of town.
Yeah.
I'm
So
assuming I have a cloak. The hood's coming up.
yeah. Hood goes up.
I'm just covered in fabric when I'm in town at
I-
all times, just so much.
I probably button at least one button from my coat.
Amazing. So you got two options. Northbridge will take you a bit of a longer route. There's two complications there. One, you'll be in town longer and at least start out on the main road. And two, you'll be near the Pink Paddle Perfumery, which let's just say is a bit of a nexus for the richer sex pests of the town. And south, you'll just casually come out right by the entrance to the Priory of the Nameless King, the massive hulking stone monolith, somewhat run down, reminding you of the Patriarchy's religious stranglehold on the city and their recent anti-magic crackdown, which I'm sure won't affect any of you.
I definitely don't want to go that way.
Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I think we should take Sex Pervert Way.
Yeah.
That is
I think we
new
need this
for you.
clipped so I can play this back to Madeline to annoy her.
Well, don't worry, we'll
have it uploaded to
Roll20 in no time.
You were certainly itching for a good smell back in the sewers.
Worst case scenario, we just earn some extra coin with Nasilia.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry, Nasilia.
Yeah, I thought I got with you guys to stop people from doing that to me.
Look, we never make you do anything you don't want to do, apart from, go to dungeons and experience non-sexual physical discomfort.
Or
I would
traverse
never
sewers.
force you to do anything you don't want to do, but Yang's collar. Going north.
Just looking at it, I'm like, you may be doing that a bit too often. I think you might need to apply some sort of cream. It's getting raw.
Well,
So
if you needed some cream, you should have told me back when we were in the sewers.
so you guys are walking by
He's like moving along.
the semi-main road of the city. There's some guards hanging around. As you come out to the south, there are people going over tchotchkes at various stalls and stands of people who've come in for the last grasp of the religious tourism racket. and there's some guards. Between them is one of the orphans you saw playing earlier, and one of them is looking at a book that says inspirational quotes, and he says, "I'm just trying to be all I can be." And the child's like, "Please, sir, let me go." And he just catches him right in the fucking jaw with a boot. Before he can talk again, the other just fucking, with the tip of his boot, stabs him in the ribs. They proceed to take turns kicking at him and say, "Oh, this is a character building exercise." "Oh, yes, it is. It'll teach you to steal that bread," one of them says, just taking a huge chunk out of a loaf of bread.
Oh god, is there going to be a B plot, which is just this orphan going through the entire Les Mis plot line? I hope so.
Yeah.
I feel like my character's the big woolen fluffy gloves that she keeps over her hands have been punctured at this point by her growing fangs of irritation.
Oh shit! Really? That's interesting. What would you do given the fact that you're claw out on the street?
Her hands are underneath the robes of a cloak.
All right.
But it's only the tips of the.
Just the tip, of course, just for a minute. They're just out for a minute. But yeah. Do you guys hesitate at all? Do you take off down the street to the west where there's nothing blocking you? Do you double back? Do you try and duck through some buildings?
Probably puts their head down to a degree and just tries to go past and not be noticed. Would be their instinct.
Oh,
I'm not doing your leash anymore, by the way.
Past the intersection?
Okay.
Right at the intersection where they're beating the shit out of the orphan.
I mean, the orphan's distracting them.
Take the other streets.
I probably look over at Pandora and I'm like, you gonna let this happen? But just my eyes.
She lets out a sigh, says, "No, we shouldn't let it happen. Did you want to get close and maybe spook them?"
Spooking them, I can't do anything.
Pandora is going to drag you down an alley where nobody can see. "Well, we'll make this quick then." And I'm going to cast another spell. Because I'm all about the spell casting with the witchcraft. She's going to cast Shroud on Vesa. And what Shroud does is somebody or something becomes invisible and otherwise imperceptible until its presence is impossible to ignore.
Well, give us a 2d6 plus queer then to see how well that casting goes here in the alley.
Yeah,
a little alley casting. You can't help but notice you hear a loud splashing. Somebody's throwing their laundry water out the window. And, they might hear some chanting and see some waving of hands, but that's a success. 10 plus is the full success, right? Overwhelming?
Yeah, 7 to 9 is just the normal success.
Yeah, but you succeed. The spell goes off without a hitch. And...
Can I roll to, be hidden before the spell is cast so that they don't necessarily... If they see anything happen, they don't see... At the very least, me and maybe also my friend.
Yeah, so that's escape notice. Give me a 2d6 plus subtle.
Yeah, it's a subtle. Mm-hmm. Maybe not.
Yeah, you are spotted, and someone says, "Oh!" And I'm assuming that, as the spell is happening, you have your hands out from under the cloak, and someone says, "Oh! There's claws on a woman! It's some sort of monster! Somebody inform the guard!" And they start to, trample down, the 5 flights of stairs in their building, to go tell someone. So yeah, the spell goes off, but a timer is ticking. To clarify,
you have a bit of time.
That's what Pandora and Vesa are doing. Necilia and Chorus, what would you two be doing?
I would be trying very hard not to look conspicuous.
Well, I mean, so they just went into an alley, and we were going to keep going.
All right,
let's just keep going.
Do you head past the guards or by the side street?
Side street.
All right, you come along the water and you see there are some boats with people on them who are religious tourists who are coming in for the river tour by the prior of the Nameless King. They're all looking at the big fuck off stone building that they're here to jack off to. So you're in exactly the right azimuth to be looking at the backs of their heads. Keep your heads
Which one
down.
of them has a weird part on the back of their head?
None of them. So yeah, you guys make it to the bridge, and there are some guards. They look up at you, and they look like they might be about to say something when we cut back to Pandora and Vesa in the alleyway.
Tease.
Alright, so spell is off, Pandora, but you did hear that, so you know the timer's ticking, and you know Vesa has the shroud on her.
Yep. I'm gonna give a smack to the ass in the general direction I remember Vesa is in. Go get him, Tiger.
It impacts with a subtle...
Oh, it hits. Alright, so I'm off. Gonna, when I see them next time kick the orphan, I go ahead and I catch that foot, and I break their foot back and kick their own face with their foot.
Amazing. Can you give me can you give me a lash out? That's a hard. It's a hard 2d6.
So, like, you become visible when you do this, right? Because it said until it's unavoidable. Like,
yeah. Like, it'll be unavoidable to notice once they're, like, absolutely fucked up.
No, I played Skyrim League. You can hit someone with, like, a sword and they'll be like, huh, must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind. This giant bleeding gash all through my torso.
I mean, you know, sometimes the wind
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Harsh.
This is a good point. I don't maybe want to
do it up until you do that.
No, wait. You can bite them, and then they'll say, wow, that's already biting cold.
Ouch. No, maybe what I want to do is just grab the orphan instead and tug him away into the alley.
Alright, give me an escape notice. Give me a plus subtle.
Alright. Pretty much the same rule for me. Subtle and hard are my things. That's 6. Does that pass or is that a failure?
I will say, due to Shroud, you get an additional +1. But they do still see you, and but only so like, you know, they're cooking idly, and one of them's like, I'm just taking it a day at a time, as he like kicks expecting a footrest and like eats shit backwards. So one of them is out of commission, the ditch, as the other looks over and says, oh, someone's made off with our orphan. Hey, I'll have you know he stole this bread I'm eating. And you're gonna have to pay the fine.
Fortunately, I'm in a cloak in addition to being recently.
So you want to fucking dip on this guy?
Yeah, no, I want to dip. Pretty quickly. I'm assuming
that guy, but can't this guy see the claws since her hands are on the orphan? And
probably.
Yeah, no, like he's probably like not registered it yet due to Shroud, but I'm assuming the spell is like wearing off, and as he can't escape noticing her, it'll become obvious. All right, Pandora, you hear that transpire? Would you like try and cut out now, or would you be following up Vesa?
I'm gonna cut out as soon as Vesa had gone off one direction. She was down the other, other side.
Yeah, you're popping out of the bridge, and right as the guard's like, "Well, I think we might need to pat you down and search for any contraband." He's like, this guy screams like, after this orphan defender, I mean criminal abductor," and they're like, "Oh, what's that? An abductor?" Oh, shit, that sounds way better than patting down some slats. All right, on with you then. And this, like, they kind of ignore you, and then at around that time, a woman comes out of the first story saying, "There's a woman with claws, a monster!" And then you feel like a monster, and the religious zealots down the street are like, "A monster?" And, like, you feel like people are, like, grabbing every pitchfork and, like, torch nearby. That's
okay, at this point, I want to turn to the camera, the frame freezes, and I say, "Hey, I'm Nasilia. You're probably wondering how I got here."
Amazing.
Record scratch for use frame. Yeah, so you guys are free and clear across the bridge, kind of. There's some like drunken winos in coats and not much else who are kind of like luridly gazing at you in the distance. But mostly it seems like the guards have been distracted.
I'm also in a coat and not much else. We have a lot in common.
Yeah, they really like to get to know you. They think you have a lot in common.
It's good that they like to base these things on, you know, shared interests. That's, you know, intelligent.
Vesa, describe to me how you would, in these alleys of East Side, at the tip, no less, without too many ways to go, and with guards fanning to your south, how would you make sure you don't get caught?
I'm a bit of a pickle, and I brought it on to myself.
Remember, in the store, there's a sewer entrance in it.
Oh, true. I mean, is there a sewer entrance that'll take me to that side? Or, well, probably not that
There
side.
are some that will take you out to, like, the river. You'd need to, like, probably swim the river, but...
Oh, I can do that, yeah. I think I find a sewer grate.
All right.
I think I've done this before.
All right. Is there any reason that you would be particularly faster or better than the guards at getting to the sewer grate?
Well, I mean, I do have 2 degrees superhuman strength and speed, and I'm very, very sneaky.
You're also not in armor where they are.
Yeah, true. They're weighed down with armor and such.
And also girl power. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
True.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's actually true. Your connection to the Wounded Mother is far more than their just Darth Nihilus void at the core that just leads to, you know, abusing random orphans because they have nothing left to do with their lives. Other than, I don't know, abuse the monopoly of violence given to them by the state.
It's a tried and true tradition of the Guard.
Vesa, I'm gonna say you've done this before, and you have supernatural abilities. You managed to slip out, and then after some time arrive in the waters. Would the gang be waiting up for Vesa to like see how she makes her escape, or y'all just piecing?
I mean, I think we got. Okay, well, given the information presented there, I probably would go back to see how the situation was. There's a difference between like an abstract orphan I don't think I can help and like our friend.
Yeah, if you want to stake it out, there is the widened wine bar right here on the riverside. It's fancier clientele, but you could stake out front.
We probably do have a meeting place when shit like this happens.
Yeah, let's go wait there.
Oh, do you think you guys would have a place to lie low?
We could wait there at the widened line, because we would have a few spots. If we were up here on this side, it would be there. If we were down in the slums, it would be somewhere else.
All right. So Vesa, you pop out and you see your friends waiting on the far side. But you have a river to cross.
I don't say hey though. Well, I dive into the water. This is my element.
All right. The water is harsh and nasty, polluted, unnatural. Give me an endure pain. This is gonna be a hard move.
Oh god, is this a London Great Stink scenario?
No, probably is. Oh hey.
A success. Yeah. So all right. You take 1 hurt from this. Otherwise, if you choose to take that hurt anyway, you'll get 1 XP. At 5 XP, you level up. That can happen mid-session.
Oh, so it is worth taking XP?
That hurt, yeah.
So you are taking the XP and the hurt?
Yeah. So do I take 2 hurt then?
No. It's if you don't want to, you can take
no
no
hurt.
hurt.
Yeah, you can take no hurt or 1 hurt and 1 EXP.
I'll take the XP and the hurt because.
All right. Yeah. You're hurt a bit, but you managed to get across. The waters. In the meantime, while you guys are up here, everybody roll me an escape notice. Give me that subtle, so you should blend in.
The subtle that I definitely have.
Yeah, same. So subtle.
I have a little bit of subtle.
I do -1.
Okay, apparently I'm very subtle.
Not Chorus and Ren doing good. Yeah, so your companions all,
Despite dressed in spangly gold nothing, I'm very sorry.
And yeah, you're also wearing a coat though.
Yeah, it's a men's cut. I'm not sure.
Men's coat, the spangly gold nothing, the like collar and chain.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah.
None of them in particular come after you, but there are some of the regular winos hanging around here. Vesa, on the other hand, is definitely like very noticeable. You probably want to like bundle her up a bit.
I have a plan. Do we have a blanket?
I mean, probably. I've also got like lots of extra veils and scarves and gloves.
Oh, that's a better idea.
Yeah, you fuck her up with You got a wardrobe on her. You do hear the sound of someone saying, "There's a witch! We need to burn the witch!" It looks like the religious zealots are all, like, you know, looking out. The guards are sort of forming up. Someone's saying, "Where have they gone? I don't know. Let me check my book. It says sometimes it's right where you've never been looking all along." The fuck does that mean? Get rid of that book. Yeah. You guys are out front of an expensive wine bar. You're free to travel along the main road to the south, or right along the water by the Priory of the Nameless King. But remember, there's religious zealots in little boats along the water as well. So
let's call it the main road. I feel like the main road's more anonymous.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. The main road is more anonymous, although most people there are like, there's like a carriage that goes by, there's some upper class people that go by. You're a little,
I turn to the party and I'm like, okay, if you want to blend in with the upper class people, it's one thing I know. Chin up. Nose high up enough that it's anyone you're facing, you're looking down your nose slightly at them.
I smack you in the back of the head with my wet woolen hands.
And I'm like,
I don't think any of us are blending in here. Let's get out of here.
You know, attitude gets you a long way.
I don't really care for this.
You make your way down the main drag.
I'm gonna do that.
Some people wander about, and, you know, like, the servants sculling around kind of give you cross looks, but it looks like their masters are mostly off at lunch. And or, you know, the Pink Battle Perfumery. You manage to make it by, although you do hear, the falling. You hear somebody at the steps of the Priory of the Nameless King saying, "In the name of the Nameless King, by which I mean no name in particular. If there is witchcraft in the city, it will be found. If there are witches, they will be burnt. And if they survive, they will be burnt again." It looks like, it sounds like the Versorium Witch Lou is really trying to fire up a storm. But you also hear the whoosh, 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 cracking of something slicking a stand with blood to your south. The flogging rack.
Oh no.
I just look at Pandora and Vesa, and I'm like, was this
I'm good.
Wise plan? Referring specifically to the actions from earlier.
Oh,
even if we
I'm
don't
sure.
They're going to find someone.
I'm sure at the most important opportunity that Orphan will come back to help us in a way we didn't expect.
Orphan's to be pretty useless. My father always talked about that.
Well, something destiny. Orphans are usually the ones who have the biggest part to play.
Most of the orphans I knew died of dysentery, but maybe there are other legendary orphans out there.
There are. Don't ask me to name any of them, but there are.
Yeah, so you can see my character really strongly grimacing as if she really wants to do something about this stuff at the flogging rock. She's definitely not going to do so.
The flogging rack,
because you know, she's probably. Oh, sorry, I thought that's what you were talking about.
Rock would be better than rack. Why is it a rack? That's like a different torture device.
Probably can make it even worse.
But you get stretched out.
Imagine you're stretched out on the rack.
Way, and then they can flog you.
And then they put your back to it. But yeah, stretched out backwards.
Yeah, but normally you get flogged on the back, Max. They don't flog.
No, they put you on the rack facing the rack. You can do that. Racks are versatile.
That's not the normal way.
Well, luckily, people are ingenuitive in their cruelty.
Ingenuine.
But yeah, so you guys keep going down the main street. A small crowd of mostly men has gathered.
Is someone we know on the flogging?
Yeah, well, actually, there are some bitches who you know, and it looks like 3 of them who you knew found something very valuable in the mines. Actually, a crate of adamantium.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
The last one, possibly, from the mines. And they thought they were going to be rich. But the only person who had enough money in town to buy it was Lord Yen here. You hear that somebody might have been indiscreet. You see that not all of the bitches with the team are up there, but 3 of them are. And Lord Yen here watches from his carriage at the entrance to the Violet Petal Castle seclusion zone. And yeah, their blood runs freely across the boards. Their backs are cruelly cut into as the masked torturer continues their work. And some of the men in the crowd scream, "More! More! That'll serve her! Yeah, justice!" She may be infertile with her witchcraft!
My hands are like solidly behind my back underneath my my drenched cloak because the claws are fully out.
Yeah, so the conspicuously absent bitch is a witch by the name of Marga.
God damn it, Margot.
Yeah. You do notice one woman present in the crowd who is not celebrating. Her name is, per the follower's suggestion, Euphemia Sappho's, who's saying, "Haven't they suffered enough?" And the crowd's like, "No, no," and put her on next. And she sort of quiets down and, disappears down an alley rather than be the next target of the crowd. You are probably the only women left here other than a few, wives and girlfriends who are just sort of into it. The crowd is not of a kind tune, and your compatriots haven't yet noted you. Lord Yen here watches with disdain. Yes, you walk quickly by the flogging rack.
Yeah, we walk quickly, thanks to them, no, Lord Yin here doesn't have much security.
Yeah.
In this beautiful castle.
Yeah.
And after some time's journey, you arrive.
Maybe we take the castles or dungeon next time. I'll say as soon as we're well out of earshot of anybody.
I'm like, well, there's certainly enough adamantium in there.
It certainly would appear as such.
Yeah, you arrive. Oh, I already have the bitches. Yeah, so you guys arrive at the entrance to the dungeon, the Fell Fortune Mines. You step forward before a great and gaping, somewhat rubbled entrance. A sign is cracked off where it would say mines, and it just says Fell Fortune Mine.
Wow. Very pleasantly ominous. Also, I love your drawing of little dragon holding gems. That's super cute, Lee. Great job.
Oh, is that a dragon?
Yeah, it's a dragon.
I thought that was a swirl with the tragedy face from the comedy and tragedy masks.
By the way, my Neanderthal compels me to take a leap. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, good. But yeah, so the party has arrived outside of Fell Fortune Mines. Before you was many dark and dank shafts, and now an important question is asked. Who, by what light dost thou advance?
I mean, I have a lantern and backup torches.
Ah, yes. Shall Chorus light a lamp? I don't know.
God.
Yes.
Alright, your hashtag lit.
Hashtag lit.
That's inviting the danger. Yep.
Chorus is your lamplight. The thing by which you will advance. That one area and fall out through with the kids. You feel as if though...
orphans.
Big town?
Yeah, so you guys are prepared to advance into the dungeon after Vesta just steps aside to take a quick leak. And then, you're all
Vesta's like, hey, I'm just gonna step behind this bush real quick.
Yeah. With that taken care of, you do note, however, in the adjoining farmland, there are some peasants gathered together. They don't look very happy. And there's somebody on a horse with a large creature to the side of the horse. And they're offering him a big bag of money, and he's considering it, and they're pointing over towards your general location.
Oh,
We move quickly and avoid.
Wait, I think it's a bit too late to avoid notice.
We move quickly.
Yes, you find yourselves in Fell Fortune Mines. Before you are many decisions like, Do you take the left corridor or the right corridor? Do you take left corridor number 1 or left corridors number 2 through 8?
Oh,
Now
no.
do you choose the right corridor? Do you choose right corridor number 9? And, at one point you actually make the simplest choice at all, which is they're labeled Mambos 1 through 10, and you choose 5. Although you do wonder what 6 would be like, what our society would be like if you could find what was behind Mambo number 6. But ultimately,
I don't think we're ready for that.
we're not. Society isn't prepared. You're in a deep, dark mine, and you find some sort of like head where the rail carts met, and you vaguely see one trailing off in one direction and the other trailing off in another. One goes up, slanted and leaning around towards the entrance.
So, are we seeing the actual rail cards or just like the tracks?
Sorry, the rail tracks. Yeah.
Okay, one goes up.
One goes up and one goes down. One in the vague direction where you believe Jormungand's treasury to be, and the other in a direction that you've not yet have any thinkings about whatsoever, but it does go down, and it is a dungeon. So yeah.
I mean, we heard something about the treasury. To be honest, I was a bit busy, and I didn't really listen.
Well, aren't we looking for the nuns? And I suppose, of course, we're always looking for treasure.
Well,
But-
I'm looking for presumably treasure, and find the nuns. That's an added bonus.
Well, we wanted to go see Jormungand. Why didn't we just climb the mountain? And like, oh wait, looks at Nacilia's whole outfit.
Yeah, I was like, we made that suggestion, but the
Um,
princess wasn't dressed for it.
Well,
Hey!
are we able to go up then?
That'd be a lot of backtracking at this point.
Well, you
No,
can.
it wouldn't.
You can take the
There are two
internal
paths.
passage.
There's an up path and a down path.
We'll get there.
So, like, we could still go up right now if we wanted. The only thing was that climbing is, impermissible.
Well, let's go get some treasure.
Well, let us confront our death by dragon.
Listen, I'd rather go out with a cry than a whimper.
And I'm not gonna die. You can't.
There you
So we're
go.
all
See?
good.
And, like, speaking of which, Frown appears at Fessa. You look a bit under the weather. Let me dry you off some, and I attempt a heal check.
Aw, thanks. I probably grimace when you try.
Nice. It will be some time. You find a likely alcove in the dungeon. And you give us that.
I
heal
did.
check. Okay, so a 9 on the heal check, which is, of course, a
You-
soft move.
Yeah, I know. That's what I rolled.
I'm just throwing it up so there are some healing scars, but you erase your hurt.
Yeah, unfortunately, you only have 1 point of hurt, so I thought it could have failed and it would be the same exact result. But
Yeah, you don't lose your XP from that. But yeah, you feel slightly less bedraggled as you're dried off, Vessa. But you feel as if though the shakes in your bones may linger for some weeks.
somehow you've acquired a permanent injury from your chill.
I mean,
Well,
probably more like the trauma of trying to do something good and then realizing that no matter what you do, society will always be there and more powerful than
No,
you.
I should have comforted you with sharing and not by trying to physically take care of you.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel like that was a physical wound, but she definitely accepts the.
Like,
I was talking.
like you got it failing the river swimming check, so how could that be an emotional move? Confused by something.
I mean, it was more like the whole experience of failing to successfully secure the orphan's safety and then being hunted down for trying to do something good. I don't know.
Yeah,
Throwing that
no,
out.
it was
And
traumatizing.
also probably the kicker at the end of it was the polluted river, because she's used to being able to swim freely through rivers because she's basically half animal. but like, you know, the whole,
town is fucked. Everything. The river is polluted. There are starving children who get kicked when they try to steal food to live. Flogging post is, everything is bad.
Everything is bad.
Yeah, speaking of things which are bad,
Everything is awful.
you're perfectly all right. You're headed up, and you like step on a rock, Hercilia. Nicilia. Wow, even I'm fucking. No, yeah, there's a Lamia
every single time you say my
necromancer
character's
arrives.
name, I'm like, Madeline, why are you responding?
Friday, not Sunday.
Yeah, so
God.
Nicilia, you step on a rock, and you see like a little like black dart, like a little dot, like dart out from under it, and it goes into the shadows, the dark, deep shadows before you. You notice with a sudden sinking realization that those shadows are moving, swiftly swirling, and they're not shadows. They're many, 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 many little arthropods, spiders. Hundreds of them swarm the tunnel before you.
Oh yeah, by the way, CW arachnids on this entire fucking game. Get out.
Res,
well, once I notice that, I'm not going to be like, spider swarm, and then back the fuck up. And when I say that, I mean run.
Do they have any like nice webs in this area?
They probably have some pretty extensive webbing, but it looks pretty dry. They're hungry because they've not been catching anything.
How
they
big are
eating
they?
Each other? Like most spiders don't live in hordes because that's a terrible way to catch food when you're a stationary predator.
Alas and
These are
alack,
fantasy spiders,
the
man.
presence of the wounded mother can sometimes twist and change the behavior of animals.
These are monster spiders.
Hmm.
So
level
how
one
big
dungeon
are
spiders.
how big are these spiders? Like
They're
on a
like-
scale of normal spider to rat, small dog.
No,
people?
they're not like that. They're like maybe like half span of your palm sized.
Okay.
It's more
So
the fact
I'm-
that there's hundreds of them.
I'm gonna go ahead and reveal the last of my witchcraft abilities, and I'm glad I took this now. Repellent ward.
Oh, do you?
So what
do
this
you-
one does?
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I will give you a one-time +1 to this roll, but only if you beg your master forgiveness for going all out just this once.
Pat, please forgive me for going all out just this once.
Ooh.
Wait, isn't he the dungeon mistress?
No, that is merely an illusion.
Ooh.
That's a fair point.
You know what? I think
We know who really pulls the strings.
I think Rinder
This is
gets
a Russian nesting doll situation.
I think Rinder gets a +2 for that. What do you think, Lee?
No. Maybe next weekend. Maybe next week. But point is, yeah. You get.
All right.
You get to make the test +1 of whatever it would be.
The dungeon
All right. So what this says is I mark out an area and it becomes viscerally off-putting to a type of being. In this case, I'm going to put vermin, or I could just simplify it to spiders, and they will avoid entering. Yeah, or arthropods, but they'll avoid entering the area. So she's just going to use the staff and she's just going to trace out just a wall along the wall, the
Excellent.
pathway.
Nice. Thank you for the raid, Tabletop Anthologies. We just saw spiders get cockblocked.
Scooters.
By a quick trace of the staff from Pandora. And yeah, hundreds of spiders swarm all around you, velveting the darkness. A texture swirling with hunger and venom, dripping it passes after a time, advancing down the way.
No eggs for you today.
I'm
And
like,
just turn
I
and be
really
like, let's
thought
go the
that
other
they'd
way.
just wait on like one of the directions in particular. But oh well, maybe they'll run into that suspicious man from earlier and give him a warm welcome to the dungeon.
More power to them. Eat them in.
Damn straight.
That's what they do during sex, anyways. After they're done, the male's not quick enough. They're eating.
Like, I don't think that's spiders. I think that's a different non.
No. It happens with spiders too. Black widows will do it. The males have to detach their penis if they hope to get away alive.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wish Well.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. No, I know what you were gonna say, and I agree.
I think at least 3/4 of us wish we had detachable penises. That's okay.
I look down. I'm like,
amazing. So y'all, but you guys are coming up, and oof. Hey, cave girl. Yes. You're headed through after the spooky scare of the spiders. You guys have a time of like an hour or two, basically hiking up and up. It's like, walking up. It's hitting the shins. It's tiring. It's not fun. There's several landings dug out to the side. After a while, the cart tracks end at one big pile of stone and some desperate attempts to find something. There's an obsidian vein off to one side where the melted mountain had just caked over like lava. And yeah, you're tired. You're realizing that you're pressing through what has probably been a day by now because you arrived well afternoon. Nap time approaches, but do you press on to Jormungand's lair? Or do you find a likely you're probably at the end of the shafts, but some of them seem well secluded, and you could easily, set up like some rockfall traps to alert you to anything coming up, and you'll be in a dead end. The air is also fresher up here the closer you get to Jormungand. Or Jormungand's lair. Who even knows if the old dragon yet breathes?
Certainly not the artist who drew them.
Yeah, and I mean, in The Hobbit, the dragon was totally dead. They were just like, well, our prediction was correct and grabbed all of the treasure and there was no dragon. That's what happens in situations like this.
yeah. The desolation of Smaug was referring to the terrible state his corpse was in.
I actually read
I thought it was just his acting.
I forget what happened. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and suggest, mostly probably because I see, like, the princess lagging around, and I'm like, we should...
I mean, yeah, I'm probably walking around like...
You
Why
probably
are we
complained
walking
steadily
so
for the
much?
last 2 hours, and then, like, you stopped when you got too tired to do it, which was even worse somehow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, goodness. All right. Well, we have to camp out here. Better to camp out here than closer to where we're headed, just in case she's still kicking.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Yes.
let's get a good rest in.
All right. So what sort of? I mean, can I just lay up some traps? I'm assuming I've done this before.
Yeah, I mean, you guys absolutely know how to put a simple tripwire or like fall rock. Basically, you get ready to home alone anyone coming in.
Yeah, I'll keep watch. I don't need to sleep.
Yeah, that is an advantage.
Sometimes I just sleep
Well,
all winter long.
I
and
will
wake up in
sleep.
the spring.
Bundle my jacket as a pillow. Or a blanket. Is it cold? What's worse? How the ground's presumably very hard, but how cold is it?
It's getting cold. It's getting colder as you get higher and higher and closer to the fresh mountain air.
Okay, I use my jacket as a blanket. I use a rock as a pillow. It's uncomfortable.
It is.
Actually, I have a backpack. I use my backpack as a satchel. I use my satchel as a pillow.
Yeah. You satchel pillow it up. There's a section of the book of good questions to ask when people take a moment to rest. My laptop died, so I actually don't have that up, but we'll assume that it goes something like, how are you guys in relation to each other? Hello, fellow dungeon bitch. Necilia, you just squared up away from everyone.
I'll send a screenshot of it to you in case you want it.
I'm assuming Necilia probably is like, I'm gonna go to sleep alone by myself. So I'm a princess.
Is that an accurate prediction there, Max?
I mean, I probably just go to sleep. I just set up a spot, and I kind of let anyone else set up where they want to around me.
Like, wait, have you consumed food and/or water in the past 6 hours?
Chorus just keeping up because she doesn't keep up for herself, so, might as well track for
I have
everyone
a
else.
tiny notebook where I mark the stuff for the party. Like, I'm not going to remember, otherwise I don't understand these things anymore. And they're not good at it either. Like, think that they would understand that they need to eat and drink regularly, but they don't.
Right,
I have some dried mushrooms if you're all hungry.
Nice. Pandora, out of curiosity, are those are those just like the filling like mushrooms, or are those like the experiential mushrooms as well?
Hold on. We're gonna go for if it's high, it's high.
I agree, fight with feelings.
So I was aiming for high, so we're gonna get high.
If it's high, it's high. Oh, nice. Now, would you just hand that shit out raw, or are we cooking something up? Is this a Dungeon Meshi episode, or what?
How does Visa like her psychedelic mushrooms?
Along with the jerky that I'm sharing with everybody else, because I obviously have a whole bunch of jerky stored in my stamped clothes.
So we're getting high and having snacks. I like it.
A clawed hand produces racks of jerky. Is it deer jerky?
Oh, yeah,
Please tell
no,
me it's deer jerky.
Definitely.
God, that takes me back to being a high school student in Tennessee.
My woolen gloves are totally off now. You can see that I have really scaly clawed hands, and probably most of you have already seen that. I don't know, maybe
and I'm just again, and I take the gloves and start mending them.
I mean, I probably know about the claws at this point, but I'm gonna I will be like, can I take a look at them?
Sure, you can take a look at one of my hands. I need the other one to eat.
I'm just gonna kind of examine the hand, poke the claw. Does it do that thing where if you poke a cat's foot in the right place, its claw sticks out?
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
I do that several times to great amusement.
I definitely intentionally scratch you at one point. But
I'm
not to feel hurt.
Rude.
You pressed me in the place that was involuntary, I swear. It wasn't involuntary. And I look over at Chorus and I'm like, yeah. So sorry about that. You saw the way that they were treating that kid. It was the fangs or the claws come out again. Thinking about it just makes me.
Poor Cobeans.
There's a reason I don't step out of the woods that often.
It was awful. I mean, things are definitely getting worse in town, and I'm like, well, I suppose we could use a portion of the treasure to, I don't know, temporarily feed the orphans, or get Frau Grief to offer a bit of a soup kitchen. Oh god, that would take a considerable. We'll figure it out. But
that is incredibly ambitious of us to assume she would.
Yeah, I mean, we're just a bunch of bitches in a dungeon.
Can't keep going on like this in town. Things are getting worse and worse and worse in this entire kingdom.
Well, I mean, what if we just kill the man in charge?
I'm for that.
What's the line of succession look like? That's something I think about a lot for no reason.
You're a noble. We could instill you in place.
Lord Yen here is scandalously without child, but he is relatively young, in his early 20s. He's married to Lady Yen here, and one presumes they fuck.
And is he a sovereign of this kingdom, or is this his fief and there's a king over him?
He dies without child.
So the island's loyalties are kind of loose. Because it is a pilgrimage site for the religion, it tends to be neutral. There's a larger, more successful town on the south side of the mountain now, and they have certain allegiances. If Lord Yen here were to die, Nacilia's insight is that they would probably press a claim. Or, what's more likely, Visorium Wichlu would probably make a power play and try and seize this directly for the priory, and set up a theocratic reign.
I'm just gonna be like, call me a noble, but maybe it's not gonna solve anything to cause chaos.
No. The patriarchy is the first step, and then we kill God.
I'm with you on this. Not.
I know. I read a book while my parents weren't looking, and it said that God was dead.
Well, see, that makes it easy.
God, and then we'll...
Well, multiple gods died when the Mygazar mountain you're under exploded. Yes, but
By the way, I've definitely gotten cozy, I think, with Pandora, and my character is probably quite eager to try her mushrooms, considering that her mental state is not like great, considering all the shit that she's been through already. One day.
What are these mushrooms doing?
They are incredibly psychedelic.
Yeah. The 91 high gets you high. Are we? So Pandora's passed these out. You've got your jerky. You've got the mushroom, and everybody just takes it, right?
We probably cook them up. We could probably ace. We got a sauce from what's her name, and we just
absolutely dungeon sauce.
It's like a mushroom risotto, but without any sauce or rice. They're not all like a mushroom risotto, but still good.
Yeah.
You fucking cook that shit up, and you guys eat your jerky, you take your psychedelics, and of course you don't need to eat. But do you think you can consume?
No, I mean, I don't poison wouldn't affect me, so there's no way that psychedelic mushrooms would. And I don't think I don't have a functioning digestive system.
Fair, yeah. So Chorus, pretend you don't see this. Everybody else, that shit hits. Your inhibitions are gone. Everything turns. It's like that example for people who have the phobia of holes is the whole world just lying in your hands and arms and everyone else's eyes. Things turn inside out, but it feels good. Everyone's organs are outside their bodies, but their bodies are also outside their organs if you think about it like that. And
for the record, we've actually never done shrooms.
Amazing. Calling me out here. You never know. Maybe this is first of all.
We feel colors.
Okay, I'll get Anthony on here. Yeah, synesthesia ensues. Yeah.
Chorus is probably like, these edibles ain't doing shit.
Yeah. Chorus just sees it go down. Meanwhile, Necilia, Vesa, and Pandora.
How long has it been since we've had a shroom-induced orgy? And looks for that page in her notebook.
Yeah.
Vesa definitely is touchy-feely when she's high, so definitely a weird state for her, considering normally she's not.
I can't move my character for some reason, but I would be over next to Vesa because I was touching her handle.
Space. I didn't even notice that.
I'm very bad.
She'd probably be running her claws through your hair.
There you go.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of sound like it sounds like a flirt roll goes down there. Good point, Sarah. Good call.
And I definitely want to engage in if we are going to, because I can make it a ritualized sex act and get some bonuses if we do so. So getting the other two high as fuck is probably part of my process.
Now, who am I crossing these sensor bars over? Just up here?
Go ahead and censor that up.
Necilia, you getting in here? You at least have the dirty mouth.
Yeah, I'm in here. I'm in here for days.
Just over the mouth.
Why is mine so small? Are you saying something?
Hold on.
Why is my sensor bar so tiny?
Hold on. Yeah, this one. All right. So, of course, are you just watching the high party go at it, or?
Gosh, that's hard. On the one hand, emotional intimacy is important. On the other hand, someone should probably keep watch, or this will be the enemy. I'll send this one out.
All right.
We'll get you next time.
All right. You guys. Okay, so I would say, okay, so you do not succeed in the flirt. I believe that means that the other person gets a bond on you.
Ooh, shit.
Let me just check that real quick. It's a queer move.
Do we all need to roll that?
Yeah, for the opening stages, and then the sex moves will trigger. On a fail, the person you're targeting gets a bond. I would say in this situation, for the menage a trois, everybody, the other two targets get it.
Oh shit! So wait, I'm usually being more of a toppy type.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Sarah. That with a bad flirt, I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, we all did bad at flirting.
you're very high. Like, maybe you're still into it, even if you guys are bad at it. Like, it could be cute.
You kind of wind up awkwardly revealing too much about yourselves. Think about what the bonds are they're getting on each other as this happens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. I think probably my...
So we all get one bond on each of the other ones of us because we all suck at this?
Yeah. It's a bonding experience.
All right.
Actually, though, wait. Play the one at the end where it's like vagina dick, vagina.
Oh,
dick.
what, fajitas?
Yeah, I think that's the one. By the way, everybody who's listening in, we have our friends who
The Bad
used to be
Drugs.
the Bad Drugs. They are no longer the Bad Drugs. They're making a new band, but we've been given access to their music for the night, so
Yeah.
we're making music.
Yeah, alright, so everybody, everybody, just like, what is that sex move? And Max, I believe we're inverting the Disgraced Princess for you.
Yeah, so I wrote the inversion of it out, so, I mean, I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, so drop them in the chat so we can have an orderly result as you redacted the redacted and lovingly redacted the redacted across the redacted, squirting redacted all over the redacted.
No, Lee, what you gotta do is replace the redacted words with the names of different vehicles.
You were going to
hovercrafted their airplane.
You were going to Subaru up the mess when they took you by the hair, whispered in your ear that instead you were going to have to Grand Caravan it with your Range Rover. It is quite degrading, but you enjoy it.
Your hovercraft is not full of eels.
Something Canyonero.
Let me go back to my character. All right, so my sex move. Okay, sorry.
So yeah, man, my sex move. Effectively, either one of you, or I guess both of you, could give me an order, and I have to fulfill it. If I do, I get an XP. If I don't, I get a hurt.
All right, so you're definitely gonna redacted my redacted.
Yeah,
I'm gonna redact the shit out of your redacted. You don't even know.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be some candles lit for the special part of the ceremony. I wonder if being high impacts how well one makes a perfect circle.
Looks like you have to use like you're doing the ritual sex now to cast a spell now. So like, are you casting something?
Sub-princess scan.
Do I have to cast it now?
It is made as part of the ritual, so that's what you get the plus for.
I think so. What would you want to cast now?
To any rolls to commune with strange powers, or for any other. Oh, it does say. I missed that last sentence. Well, I guess I'll pull that up and see if there's any utility, or I could just skip on it. But you know what? Actually, I think I will do a commune during it.
Nice.
She probably throws her head back and like goes into full trance mode as her redacted is getting redacted.
Your eye goes like psychedelic as the lewdness transpires.
Yeah. So I gotta see if I succeed before I ask any questions. So let's go ahead and do that. And I have the. Do I technically get the +1 even though we fumbled the flirt rolls?
Yeah. The sex move still goes off.
Cool. Boop. Wow, this is just. It's gotten progressively worse.
Well, it's a success though. Thanks to your plus, it's a success.
I like that all of our characters are just about as good as flirting as I am in real life.
Yeah. It's, all right. So I'm going to ask,
Good God.
what bad shit is coming our way?
You see the visage of the wounded mother pass a hand across your cheek and then meld into the bone, move across your jaw, down the enamel of your teeth, and then into your heart. And as she grabs it, you feel the bumping of your own heart bring you a visage in clotted blood in your eyes. A face appears, flashed only for a moment. A cagey one, crossed with another. And you feel as if though something bad is on your trail.
I haven't submitted an NPC name yet since I've subscribed, so I am submitting now Gerald of Riverton.
Nope. Generic NPCs only. Generic NPCs only.
I saw the picture. I just thought I could do it. Darn. Okay.
It's alright. Not
I just want to side thing because we said what we probably did to gain bonds for this is it revealed too much personal information about ourselves.
Yes.
At this point, on the basis of some parts of me you probably saw during the events.
I think all three of us who partook in the events have the same parts.
Well, isn't that a great time? But more tragic backstory emerges from Nasilia. You see, they were born with said parts. And they were treated as a girl throughout their entire growing up because their parents wanted a girl for royal marriage reasons.
Mm-hmm.
How does this come up during that?
The flirting phase. It's flirting phase.
Because we're really bad at flirting. We're really bad at flirting.
I see you also have...
My parents called me when they raised me as a girl. Oops,
Exactly.
I see you also have redacted. My parents wanted a girl, and that's why I'm a good girl now.
Ooh. Yeah, I feel like
my parents never loved me. Will you love me?
Honestly, disgustingly enough, I feel like this is something you say while crying, and I'm like, it's okay. My situation was quite the opposite, but we're all here now.
We're all here now. Would you like to redact my redacted?
Just go ahead and redact my redact with your tears.
And I feel like I feel like the fact that you got the chance to live that childhood as a girl makes me kind of pissed at you, but also not in that way. She does express a degree of envy, which you probably already know that she has with regards to your character.
Yeah,
it's actually a really interesting. It's an interesting bit of insight because it's something that you wanted and something that was instead forced on them too. It's interesting perspective, and Pandora probably badly reveals. Yeah, Destiny definitely projected the rescuing the orphan because I'm an orphan, and then she cries a little.
Oh, there. At least her parents weren't pieces of shit.
I wouldn't know, and she keeps crying.
They might have been.
At least your parents are in a Schrodinger state of hypothetical pieces of shit, which you can either confirm or deny.
They could be shit or they could not.
Yeah, shit. My parents, well, I think I've all told you that one. There's a reason that I live in the woods.
Man,
this is already tragic, so let's censor.
Yeah. And then when she comes out of the ritual trance, she just redacts all over Nasilla's face, and we'll leave it at that.
The lewd bar, when all is said is done.
That's the trance finish.
I redact all the redacted on my face.
You Subaru up. The caravan. But yeah, no, the lewd box.
Like you have two cars, the Grand Caravan and the Subaru. You're just making money with them.
I Honda Focus all over.
Isn't the Focus a Ford?
You take a Chevy Volt to your system.
It was a bad roll, remember? It wasn't a good one.
Alright, yeah, so the lewd box, when all is said and done, steps into the corner, lights up a cigarette, and says, to Chorus, so you come here often? Except that's only in the trance vision, so Chorus doesn't see or hear it.
Yeah. Pandora's the only one who sees it.
For the other two people involved in this, my thing is, you can give me an order, and there'll be mechanical consequences to that after we're done. So if either of you want to do that, now would be the time.
By the way, I was probably choking you a lot during that, and, sometimes I probably went a little too far.
Their city already had some experience of that today, so they were kind of ready for it.
Yeah.
It's true. I was priming you.
Real good prep work there. So if you have something that you want Nasilia to do, now's the time to declare it.
Come on, Nasilia wants that EXP.
I do get EXP if you do tell me to do a thing and we do the thing.
I'm probably just carry my bag slut.
Yeah.
All right.
Nasilia, you find yourself carrying a whole extra bag. It's heavy.
It's full of witchy stuff. Heavy witchy stuff.
Heavy witchy metal. Yeah.
Anything from Vesa?
Yeah, Vesa, what's yours? Should reassign?
I mean, it's an option. You can just say no. I don't have anything.
I mean, I don't know. Vess is probably a little miffed at you for reasons that are like exclusively to her own psyche.
All right.
And she's like,
the real question, Vessa, is do you make either of them pregnant?
Do I make either of them pregnant?
Yeah, it's an option you have.
That?
Yeah, look at your move. As a bonus, when you fuck somebody, if you want to become pregnant, you do so automatically, regardless of how impossible conception might be. Other girls can if you want them to get the job done as members of. Oh wait, no, I think you. Sorry, I think that's.
I think the Beast character can morph to be pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, do I have an ovipositor now? Because, like, all right, first off, kind of.
I was like,
kind of into
joint choice.
Okay with you.
Yeah, it's a joint choice. If
One of the good pseudo-medieval universes where there's a birth control equivalent that everyone can just have access to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, did they have like a weird herbal birth control in ancient Rome that loved so much it went extinct?
Yeah. So perhaps.
I mean, actually, it's called Sylphium. I think we normally spell that one with an I instead of a Y. So I don't know if it's an explicit reference, but maybe.
Sarah points out it's a joint choice. So if you'd like to do this together, and be two proud moms, it's an option.
I mean, not right now.
Not right now. Maybe once you get to know each other.
Trying to put down a.
We just got into this dungeon. The dungeon's no place to read.
We're adventures. We're going to adopt a child. Adopt a plucky orphan who can already run and fight.
Yeah.
Like.
We'll take out the ovipositor later.
Definitely, to be clear, had sex. I don't necessarily think she had sex in any way that would, under any circumstances, be considered pregnancy-inducing. So.
Wait, hold up. We were having sex. That's what all the censored was?
We were having lewd. My apologies. We were having redacted.
We were having redacted.
You feel all very, you feel like very like loosey-goosey in the headspace, and kind of like, wow, your joints are all loose but stiff at the same time when you wake up in the morning from a combination of redacted and drugs.
Redacted and, well, drugs.
Yeah.
Redacted and redacted.
Yeah, so you guys awaken, or of course, you're up all night to get lucky, and you are. You luckily don't get attacked. Yeah, as the time goes by.
Is there like a towel we have to wipe all the redacted off?
Yeah, and actually, that's what we spend the 10-minute break doing. Is
wait, aren't you the towel that's supposed to clean off all the redacted?
Yeah, but the redacted's on my face. Right. It's kind of hard to reach that.
All right,
clean your own face then.
All right, all right, yeah. So thank you all for coming out. We're 10-minute break until 10:40.
Yes, 10-minute break. And while we've got you here on your 10-minute break, if you guys would like, we've got some friends who are in the chat, by the way, who are putting on an awesome Kickstarter. It's the game we're playing. You guessed it. It's called Dungeon Bitches, and it's kick-ass. So if you have not supported this Kickstarter, please.
Yeah, it's right there in the message list.
Again.
Yeah.
TG Cave Girl.
Yeah, Cave Girl, Sarah Carapace. I believe at least one other person in the chat. They're on the team. Very cool people. Very cool game. If you want to support the queer community, yeah, if you have the money. If you don't, hey, like, to indies, exposure is air. So just spreading the word, making clips of this, spreading it, like, talking about the game, linking the Kickstarter to places, retweeting from their social media accounts, retweeting posts of using the hashtag Dungeon Bitches. All of it helps. All of it helps build momentum and keeps at least some of the capital in the community that rather needs it at this time. As the indies, and particularly indies from marginalized communities, can always use the extra dosh. I digress. I'm ooh.
Yeah, I should probably go eat something too. I've got some like soup in a can or something. I'll be right back.
And I just returned.
Oh, hey! Also,
I probably shouldn't stand up on stream in this outfit for Twitch reasons. If the chat wants to ask any questions, I will chat with the chat. In the meanwhile. Hello, chat. How you doing? Give us money. Yes, I agree. Give them money. Do the financial thing.
Please. Indeed.
Hello, FG Cave Girl. That's actually a really prudent name, isn't it? Because we're a bunch of cave girls right now. Or dungeon bitches, as they're
Yes,
known.
exactly. Max, TG Cave Girl is one of the 3 people leading this beautiful Kickstarter.
Well, hello then. That makes sense. The writing is on the wall a bit there, and I feel a bit stupid for not noticing.
Yeah. Faye is the originateur, insofar as I'm aware of Cave Bitches.
Originator, or were you trying to do like an originator/auteur?
Well, I mean, like, you know, it's a 3-person show, as far as I'm aware. Sarah Carapace is the amazing illustrator. Fight with Feelings is I'm not entirely sure what exactly their role in the situation is, but they're absolutely supporting it. And TG Cave Girl is the author. I'm pretty sure editing and everything else. Like, honestly, like
props to all of you. I mean,
it fucking takes more than 2 people. Lee and I are bumping up against this with Change Stars. It takes a fucking village to make a product like this. So, good God, I'm impressed that they do it with 3.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, you know, having looked at it over the few days leading up to this game,
Exactly.
big fan of the art, big fan of the general concept.
The art, the concept, the writing. It's so punk. It's so everything about it is just beautifaso. Fucking love it.
Ego swells. Yes, let us stroke your ego more.
I'm down to stroke literally anything that people consent to.
I mean, if there's one thing that my on-screen depiction has indicated, yes, I am very much down to stroke anything. And Madeline comes back with a big frown.
That's a queer move. Ooh, I take a -1. Take a -1 to queer moves. Oh no.
I know, it's a hard knock life to be bad at flirting, and when flirting is a tactical advantage.
I should have
Here's
considered
the problem.
that.
Here's my real life
I
problem.
wanted to be a snake person.
Yeah, flirting is hard. Actually, I find that flirting is not difficult. It's realizing when you're good at flirting, the other person's flirting is hard.
Oh, Max, we know your tragic backstory.
So tragic.
When I was a young lad.
So many women want him, he can recognize so little of them.
It's okay.
Also, to be honest, men too. I still remember back when I was at a bachelor party with one of my friends, and one of the other people there was like, "Hey," and they just straight up said like, "Hey, wanna fuck?" And I couldn't quite hear them, but I think I knew what they said, but I wasn't 100% sure. And my default to go to whenever I'm not 100% sure when someone said and don't know them well enough to ask for a follow-up question is just to go, "Ah, no, I'm cool."
What is your default when you don't know the questions? Is yes. Like,
Yeah,
just a policy.
Drugs and alcohol at places. Good golly.
And they were. I don't think they were terribly pleased with that response.
Aww. Yeah, they tend not to be. That's when
I'm gonna be seeing them again this winter. For part 2 of the wedding. That was a bachelor party too, for weird reasons. The wedding's in 2 parts.
I mean, like, are they the brides?
Well, here's the thing. I've heard about them in the intervening time. Apparently, they are a big boy. To catch my drift.
Oh, sounds like
It's quite a bit. So man, ain't I the fool here?
I mean, until you meet them again.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you can do whatever you want to do. Well,
Honestly, can we just do a special stream episode where I just talk about weird things I've done in my past by being an idiot?
Yes, I feel like we did do that briefly with the Mars 3-shot, but we should do it again.
Oh my god. I regret not joining you for the Nibiru one-shot that happened the other day.
Oh, that was an absolute blast. I got subsumed into the consciousness of a giant tentacle monster that lives in the waters. Which is
I watched a bit of it, and yeah, I saw that, and I was like, wow, this is so Pat.
Yeah, I know, like, oh shit, aggressively my fetish. Good God. No.
Yeah, I was about to be like, I wonder how much of this was reoriented once I dropped out, versus would this have been exactly the same if I was there?
Look, knowing Lee, none of it was planned at all. Period.
That's a good point. Lee is an improvisational DM for the most part.
GM in this instance, game mistress.
GM, good point.
Even
I
if
mean,
she-
I'm more used to the DW Dreamweaver nomenclature, but I'll do DM for Dungeon Mistress.
Yeah, I like
I,
playing
I don't know.
They're fun.
I personally love.
I still prefer Dreamweaver. I'm gonna be honest. Just something about the nostalgia.
Dreamweaver sounds really dumb. Like, I'm sorry, it just like
It does, but
it's so like white boy pretentious.
maybe
I
it's just
like
me,
favorite-
or there's something inherently ridiculous about the concept of tabletop role-playing games if you really deconstruct it. And
And Lee
so
is
I
kind
think
of-
starting with something as ridiculous as calling the person in charge of the game the Dreamweaver breaks down that barrier of ludicrousness so that everyone can just get to the game. Is my out my ass opinion.
Maybe.
Vagina.
I have
Vagina. I love this song. This is great.
I need to turn the music back on.
Do it. The music's kick
I
ass.
turned it off really briefly because whenever Lee mentions a song, I have to listen to it or I'll go insane. And so when he mentioned Mambo Number 5, I turned the music down to listen to Mambo Number 5.
Amazing. Yeah, no, but like the punk band that that I'm friends with. I mean, they're not together anymore, and they're making like the two people that I'm friends. I mean, like I'm friends with everybody. Period.
We get it,
But-
Pat. You're super popular. You can make friends
For
and people
political
like
reasons.
you.
So the two people
Flex
who
on us
are-
more, why don't you?
Good golly. The two people who are going to be in the game of Dungeon Pitches next week on Friday, who are part of the band, are absolutely intending to start another band. They're a couple, married couple, and they're super awesome, super dope punk folks, and they're making another band. And their label took all the shit down, but literally by my request, they put it up today. So if you guys are interested in supporting an awesome group of people, I will absolutely drop their band.
Hell yeah.
Is it-
We'll put it in the chat description as well.
One more time, because they're great folks, honestly, and they make kick-ass punk music. So always worth supporting that kind of shit.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. So, we return to... Yeah, we return to the next day. Or, you know, hard to tell inside the dungeon, but you've had your rest. Chorus has stood her guard. And you are just outside of Jormungand's chambers.
Oh. Alright. Someone going to go check if the dragon is alive?
Who's the sneakiest?
Haha, not it.
I'll take this bullet.
Hmm.
I mean,
What's a bullet?
I call myself.
They have them for slings, so...
Yeah,
Yeah, you find
Those
a
are
lot
called
of
shots,
bullets.
not
No,
bullets.
sling bullets are a thing. There are tons
What?
of different sling bullets. We've got like ones with actual like names or of the enemy or something on them, like in the Roman period.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like
I thought they were called shot.
I am not sneaky at all. And
Okay, so you,
never been sneaky.
You clomp into the room, you're like, dun 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 dun. Dragon, are you
That's
alive?
eventually you come upon a peculiar scene. A scene most peculiar indeed.
How peculiar.
Would you say it's most queer?
Most queer indeed. You see, Marga.
oh no.
What?
And it looks like she
Yes.
is on the far side of a rather large playing board.
Oh,
From-
man.
Well, you were about to, like, step around the corner and see. You, like, knock some rocks, and everybody looks over you, gasped. And you see Jormungand. And, high above, gazing down hungrily, vampire, or people with spiky teeth and masks who are watching.
Do we hear
Don't
the
jump to
rocks?
conclusions, though.
Yeah, you do.
Probably,
By the way,
There's the rock.
By the way, Vesa,
Mm-hmm.
you step backwards, and you trigger something. You feel like something's about to snap down in your ankle.
Oh, God.
Roll me an endure pain.
This is actually not the first time this has happened.
I'm not surprised. Honestly, I'd be surprised if it
Like, as
wasn't.
soon as I hear the snapping rocks, I'd head in that direction.
Yeah, you fall.
It is not the first time, and I managed to.
All right, again, the question: do you take one hurt, or do you get one experience, or do you take no hurt because you stepped in a bear trap that someone hid here that you missed while you were freaking out?
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take the pain, and I will
Get the game.
Go up
Yes, pain, yes, gain.
All right, so yeah, the party catches up, or at least Chorus does.
I'll catch up as well. I'll be like, oh, everyone else is going. I don't want to be left alone in the dark.
Yeah, I mean everybody else is doing it.
Following the light.
You are now in the presence of a grand drake, and before her you see her hoard of many treasures. They are awesome. Some are even of interesting hue and shape.
My goodness, that would.
Oh
go
my
really
God,
well.
you put that in here too?
That would go really well when you're
Oh.
telling us everything.
Well, that's a treasure.
Yeah.
Vasilian used to have one of those back in the palace, but you know they had to leave it behind.
we know. We know. Hand to palm of head.
Hand to palm? Isn't that clapping? We know.
Hand to head, whatever. Hands,
Now-
palm to head.
Now, the important question is it person-sized or dragon-sized?
Oh, God.
Person size.
I'm sure it has
Anything is
multiple
person-sized if
sizes.
you believe in yourself.
Oh God!
Can your spirits induce stretchiness? Just no reason.
I'm sure at least one of them can.
Jormungand lets out a great cry that reverberates throughout the chamber and says, "Enough! The peanut gallery must be silent while the games are played. Now, Marga, for the fate of the Vaporwave Crystal, make your move." And Marga's like,
Oh, she's hot.
Water Boy to sea level 3-7, and you see the magical board unfurled between Marga and Jormungand. A little piece designated by a small fellow carrying a water pail goes up, and she says, "Ha! How foolish! You've allowed him to carry the water right into my trap." And then
Now I should be the one hydrated.
yeah, she says, "Yes. Queen 1 performs a reverse semi-lobotomized water thievery by castling with the rook." And as the piece moves up, it shatters a bit of the floor. The water boy piece is destroyed. Marga says, "No!" And Jormungand steps up, clawing forward the crystal, and says, "Now, pay the price." And Marga's like, "Oh, please, Jormungand, just one more game. It'll go well." You see, by the way, that all the people up in the gantries are taking, like, close note of all the moves. Someone's definitely literally making, like, a physical note of it. And some of them drink from fine goblets filled with something red.
Definitely wine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, they're not vampires. They're just
Definitely
normal
wine.
people.
Yeah.
They're just very messy with their drinking. Look at those pictures.
Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
they're rich, right? They can afford to be messy with their drinking.
They just make new clothes at the end of the day when they're done with the old ones.
Exactly.
Jormungand does turn and say, "Well, Marga, while you consider your fate, first, what's this?
Nani.
Come, reveal yourself." Oh, it was supposed to be a tourmaline butt plug. No, it was supposed to be a statue out of a head, but then I fucked up. Now it's just a recurring joke. Jormungand says, "What brings you to my chambers? Reveal yourself, and do not come by secret, but instead, plainly, that I might see your faces and catch your scents."
Like, you guys are probably smell like shit.
All right, so I'm probably actively pulling off a bear claw from my leg right now, and I feel
Yeah.
like that's
You can't help but notice that Vesa has like a bear trap sprung on her. Strange.
yeah.
It looks like it must have been placed there recently.
Oh shit.
God damn it, Marga. You
Yep.
bitch.
Okay, I'm gonna bend down with that.
Okay, you're helping me
Nice.
with that?
Yeah, at this point, I'll step forward and be like,
It will be a project of
we
some
are but
time.
humble.
Lee?
It'll take a while to heal Vessa. Chorus is going to not just remove the clamps, but then, rub some things, and it's going to take, like, a
Well,
little
I
bit.
mean, we probably don't have time to do that. I just meant I'd help her get the bear trap
Yeah,
off.
you physically
I
remove
was
it.
kind of stuck for the next bit of the scene
Yeah, you peel it off her.
with the hurt ankle.
All right, so as soon as that comes off and my leg's like, ugh, fucked up, I grab the bloody bear trap and I throw it at the horde or the scene,
Mhm.
the main entrance there. And I'm like,
Jormungand says, an interesting offering. Tell me, is this your ante? Have you come to play? You do strike me as a gamer by scent.
You smell like a gamer. Old Spice and Mountain Dew.
Is that Dorito dust on the wind?
Well, Larry's making fun of Mountain Dew, and I was gonna make a drink called a Dew-Garita tonight and just take it around here.
But yes,
yeah. So she probably says that, and I'm still probably reeling from the pain. I don't necessarily say anything immediately.
I'm gonna be like, what are the rules?
she says, well, I have many games that I am fond of playing, and I can beat you at any of them. Tell me, what game are you best at?
Okay. I'm gonna need some world context here, Lee. My character probably has some experience playing whatever, like, the idle courtly game of
No,
the
actually-
noble ability is.
I mean, there's take your pick. There's chess, there's checkers, but on a star. There's Pai Sho. There's
Quiet game.
there's three
I'm
Deckard
reading about
Enchanted.
the quiet game.
Yeah. There's Ninja Warrior. I mean, there's a few different. There's taking turns at the
Ninja
spit.
Warrior.
It's not called that here. It's called Shinobi Combatant. Yeah, you've got a variety of options, but you feel like Jormungand is a non-traditional guy. You've probably never seen whatever this is.
I have not. That seems like a weird ass game.
I would probably say back to the party, upon reeling in pain. I'm good at hunting, if that's counted as a game.
And I look at him like,
We could-
better than a dragon?
I've never met a dragon. Of course I've never met a dragon. I don't think I've met a dragon. I might have met a dragon one time. But not recently.
Do you know what type of prey that would be difficult for a dragon to catch? Like a small mouse or something?
Maybe
My
do an
type-
archery contest. I imagine dragons are very bad with bows.
We could ask
What about
maybe
a-
for a spider hunting contest.
Could I try a game of wits with them?
Jormungand
That's a bad
says,
idea.
I would love to test my wits. Against
That's a
you,
bad
it would be, however, merely an exercise in superiority. Tell me.
I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100.
Ooh, are you? Very clever, but here is the trick. We must engage on equal footing. First to 10 correct guesses. 51, she guesses.
No.
Wait, I'm sorry. We can't play any. We haven't settled on any kind of terms. Like we haven't
Yeah,
even
hold
decided
on. This is-
anything from here.
Jormungand
We
says,
need to form a contract.
Jormungand says, no, it's fine. This should be the default. If your friend loses, I will eat her. Now, guess what number 1 through 100 I'm thinking
wait,
of.
hold on.
Hold
Is
on.
this
This
what
needs
kind
to be
of
a
what kind of meeting
negotiation
are we talking about?
treaty.
Oh shit, diplomacy.
Mm.
Oh man. Oh my.
Really
The
good
blood-
idea. I'm a fan.
The
However,
bloodless.
I'm also a fan of making sure all the terms are spelled out very explicitly for all parties, so that everyone's on a mutual plane of understanding. moving
The
forward.
blood.
So,
The bloodless
Contract
faces
law.
on the balconies look quite excited at the mention of legalities. and they swoon down, flapping almost like bats around the edges, and say, "Oh, yes, tell me, would you like the services of a lawyer? Yes, yes. Please, allow me to represent you in this affair."
Oh my god, you
Sucking
freaking...
lawyers.
God. It's lawyers.
I'm gonna be like, I will represent myself.
They're like, "Oh, you know, that's not really recommended even for a trained barrister. Yeah, oh no, you never want to represent yourself in court. Very bad form."
Actually,
yes.
technically, I'm representing Pandora.
Well, I suppose you are.
So I'm
yes,
not representing myself.
Marga, by the way, is like slinking away towards the cave entrance, hoping that like no one's gonna notice.
And I'll be like, listen, see, here's what I think it should work. We should spell out the explicit win conditions and deal. So you're saying it's the first person at 10 correct guesses, or best out of 10 correct guesses. And how do we establish if a guess is correct? Are we just counting on the honor of the two participants, or should the guesses be written down and stored secretly beforehand so one can independently verify if they're correct? Additionally, what are the prizes various sides receive if they win? This needs to be explicitly laid out.
Jormungand's like, legalities. See, this is why I prefer to pick the games. And Pandora, you have sort of tested wits already, slightly, with Jormungand. Do you want to try and get a read on her?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was waiting for an opportunity to use some of my commune with strange powers to dig a little deeper into what she was thinking for a number.
Okay. So
the number you're thinking of.
You're not just trying to suss her out. You're trying to use magic to cheat the game.
Yes, absolutely. It's not cheating if I win.
Of course. You don't get caught.
It's only cheating if I get caught.
Of course.
That's what my last partner told me.
Dang.
So yeah. We don't need to listen to fajitas anymore at this time.
Yeah. I mean, like, we've listened to fajitas for a while.
But what if we did?
That one. Look, you can also pay for their music on Bandcamp.
So yeah, they lean in a little, and Jormungand says, "If we're going to have a terms, let's not play so frivolous and easily cheated a game as guess the number. No, we need to do something elaborate involving, people pieces. Yes, and they have to be costumes. Yes, costuming. Factor that into the contract. And treasures. Yes, I want treasures."
What are we talking about?
Jormungand has many demands for this contract, and it's going to be up to Nasilia to negotiate this.
All right. What's the role?
Yes, Jormungand is a LARPer. You actually see there's a row of what appear to be torture implements, but on closer inspection are actually just high quality buffers.
Yeah, it should also be noted that there's a what appears to be an armory, but on closer inspection is entirely comprised of foam.
Oh no! Oh no!
There is part of this outfit I wear to the LARP I go to. Guess which part?
But yeah, so here's a question.
The answer is both at different times.
So Jormungand is going to be the main signatory on her side. Who's going to be the main signatory on your side? Is this going to be? Is it Pandora because she's going game to game woman?
It seems correct to me, if that's all right with you, Pandora.
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, so you both are going to get 3 bonds on each other, and everybody who's involved, every dungeon bitch involved will gain 1 experience. We assume that you will be like sub-signatories guaranteeing Pandora's like truthfulness and good sportswomanship.
Yes.
I
We're all
look
going to
Chorus.
die. Okay, let's do it.
I'm assuming Chorus looks at me. I look back at her, and we're like, okay, we're signing.
Also, I'm keeping an eye on Marga, and when she's almost out of the room, I'm like, "Oh, Marga, are you going somewhere?" Loudly.
Yeah, no.
And Jormungand says, "Wait," and Marga's like, "Wait, no, please, Jormungand, I'll win next time or something. I have to bail out my friends." And Jormungand says, "A likely story, but I care not for your friends, only for my friends, and also my associates, and also people who win at games."
How many people win at games against you?
It has been some time. And the vampire's like, "Oh yes, sometime since..."
Well, vampires?
And like when you say has anyone won? I'm like you with the record book.
Yeah, they pull it out. They take you to the very first page, and they show you 5 instances of someone beating Jormungand. It's all a woman.
How many years ago was that?
It was so the years aren't listed, but the pages are old and yellowed and frayed at the beginning of the book, and it looks like extra bits of book have been stapled onto the back infinitely. And this is a heavy, like, papered, like, stack at this point. Ready
to make history, gals?
Yeah, her name.
Worst case scenario, we die.
That's not the worst that could happen.
Yeah, so there is somebody listed there. There's 2 people listed as the winners. One is named Uriel, and the other is named Kapira. These 2 women seem to have matched up against Jormungand and come out on top. Each time they've won, it's been in 3D. It's been in the board of ages.
So hopefully the game we're about to play.
Well, hopefully, if that's what the contract says.
Look at that! The contract is suddenly saying that because I'm a good negotiator.
Yeah, although Nasilia, you are feeling like you kind of like you're like carrying a pack, even though you negotiate for the person you negotiate the contract on behalf of. But yeah,
I mean, you know, that's the situation Nasilia finds himself in.
Yeah, so X3 bonds go back and forth between Pandora and Jormungand.
And I get an XP, yay!
Yeah, well, I already put the green dots on you, but yeah.
I know, I'm just very excited.
So, yeah, Jormungand is looking to play you, and the game in question is the book is the Game of Ages. You notice something strange. So it records every move in the game, right? Uriel always beat her after 30 turns, but Kapira always won within the first 3.
Oh.
Aha! The pages, mate!
What are the first 3 moves Kapira used?
Yeah, can I use my Commune with Strange Powers to kind of get some insight on what those moves were?
Yeah, what strange power do you think you're reaching out to here?
I am going to reach out to a phantom spirit. I'm going to reach out to Kapira herself.
Ooh, you reach out. You reach out to Kapira herself, and you feel almost like a prickling at your neck as you reach out towards this other mind. A great, mysterious, misty sense clogs your eyes as you roll me that 2d6 plus queer.
Yeah, let's do it. 10.
That's an overwhelming fucking success.
Yeah. You asked for help, and something has your back this time. Ask one question of the above. You and everybody you share the answer with get 1 experience. In addition, you can choose one of the following, +1 to the next roll to act on the answer, or a bond on the person in question. So, yeah. I think I already posed the question, though, like, what were the 3 moves, or how do we get a winning move against her?
You feel a shadowy force come over you, a cold embrace, a whisper in the night, and it stirs your soul as Kapira reaches out and says, "Yes, my progeny have not yet found the secret, but Jormungand is easily inflamed by any threat to her treasures, real or imagined, in fact or in the game. What you must do is the triple double-cross bypass, audaciously risking your own monarch in return for exposing the enemy treasury on level 2. When you threaten it, she will abandon the defenses of her sage towers, and victory shall be yours in accordance with Rule 72B. The sage towers must not fall.
I'm glad that one of the rules that ends the game is Rule 72B. There are just so many other game-ending moves in this totally real game.
I mean, she took out the water boy for that one.
No. So risk Monarch going after treasury, and Rule 72B Spirit Towers.
Sage Towers.
Sage Towers, thank you.
Yeah, so, and Jormungand, so the agreement here is you're going to get some of her treasure if you win. But per the contract, it says that, she is going to, ravish you, with, her teeth. If she wins.
That's less appealing.
Yes.
Demand this item of treasure specifically.
Yes, I want the ornamental.
That's the side I was
Christmas
looking
tree.
at.
If you're specifically you want that piece of treasure.
I mean, you could make those diamonds. You could make those diamonds work. You just got to make sure the ends are pointed.
Yeah,
pretty pointed. I don't know
she
about
puts
you.
down the statue and she says, "Yes, this is the statuette of the head of a great mathematician whose head was so conical that I don't know. She looked kind of funny, and people really took to it. She had enough money to get some statuary made of it. Anyway, it's a very long time ago. Listen to concern you young, short-lived entities.
The clearest looking statue I've ever seen.
Quite. Well then, enough of this. Let us come at me, as they say in gaming. And all of the pieces magically appear and shift up out of the slots for the Game of Ages.
Wait, like, don't we get to be some of the chess pieces? I thought that was the whole point.
Yes, you do. As it expands, because per the contract, you and your friends are the chess pieces, and anyone she destroys, she also gets to ravish with her teeth.
Wow, this is a great contract to negotiate, guys. Do we get to choose our rules, or are we assigned them based on stereotypes?
I feel like if this is what you want to use your loophole on, otherwise it is Pandora's choice.
I do group huddle with everybody and divulge the information of what our strategy is.
All right, so you and everyone who hears gets 1 XP, right?
Yep.
Bam.
So everybody gets another experience because I'm great. Love me.
Bam.
GRAT.
I'll volunteer as Monarch.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll confess I missed a little bit. What
The Monarch Zone.
did I miss?
I don't know what any of the other pieces
When
are.
the Monarch is out there, someone is going to need to play the Scythe Woman and move Hexa quadragonally to eliminate the treasury. But then also someone will need to be the Lancer in order to strike at the Sage Tower. Whoever is threatening the treasury is also going to be at risk. The safest person is probably going to be the Lancer because they'll hang in the winds until they take the strike. This will be executed
I'll
in
be
3
the Lancer
moves.
because that seems my speed.
I was gonna say I feel Vesa would probably do the best at striking at the treasury.
Yeah.
They would be able to
I'm agreeing. Strongly agree.
handle the dragon and take a hit.
Okay,
and
Vess
get
has already
ravaged.
taken 1 point of damage. We all have the same exact amount of health, and Vess has got an injured ankle.
She's tough.
I'll look.
Do you have
Lancers
any
need good ankles. I can't trade
mitigation?
my job.
Do you have stuff to mitigate as a beast?
I've got 2 things. Neither of them mitigate damage.
Okay.
Jormungand saddles up to the her side of the board, and issues several commands that bring her pieces to life. It looks like this is going to be a little brutal.
Yeah, and I'd say, the lantern is off the board. I'm holding, because I chose to do something I've wanted to do for a while, and I'm using a net and a short sword like a Retiarius as my weapons, because there are no weapon stats for this game, so I can do what I want.
Hell
So
yeah.
I need hands free.
Yes.
Now, Pandora, the general play of the game is going to require... So you're going to get a +1 to this move. But I'm going to say that what's going to influence this is probably it'll be a get a read on someone roll. And bear in mind, you have 3 bonds against her that you can use. And she has 3 bonds she can use against you.
Which one is get a read on?
It's a subtle move.
Ah, that's a subtle. How many bonds can I spend at once?
I don't think there's a limit. As long as you have a story reason for why that bond makes sense. And this, assuming here, it's all because, the contract's been laid out for the game to be this way. And
yeah, and I'm gonna say because the contract was laid out that way, and because of
reminder, here's what you can use bonds for.
Thank you. And because Capriya has basically told us her issues with pride, work all that against her. Question.
I mean, just roll first. You can spend bonds to up the roll after you roll. It says that.
That's even better.
Yeah, post-roll allocation. Very nice.
Yeah. All right. So I will keep that in mind and bank it based on the success. So my subtle is terrible, so this will be fun. Six minus 1. I have +1, so that's going to cancel that out. For 7. Do we want to just make it an overwhelming success?
You can if you want. 8, 9, 10. You'd spend all your bonds.
Worth it.
Bear in mind, she has 3 bonds that she can use against you. Right now.
Well, I mean, more like how many rolls are there in this game?
Anywhere from 3 to 30 is what we've been told.
That's true.
Hopefully not 30.
No, so yeah, well, what you're expecting right now is that everybody in the game will make 1 to 2 moves. And due to this unique nature of these bonds, you can have them trigger on Jormungand when somebody else is doing something, I think.
I don't think I'll spend them just yet, but I'll set us up to win as quickly as possible. So I'll leave this one as a 7 since it's a success.
Yeah, alright. So, so you get the success. That puts, tells you what it would take to motivate them right now. You can do that. You can do that instead of spending a bond, and if they accept, they get an experience point. Okay. So what would motivate them to make the mistake? You see that they've gotten wise to that old strategy. But what would motivate them right now is exposing your water boy on floor 2. A piece not embodied by any of your players, and unless destroyed in a certain way, it won't actually put you out of the game, as long as your Sage's Tower holds. You can just say that you do that and do it, and it will distract Jormungand to a certain extent.
I do it.
Alright. That means that when Chorus goes out for the Monarch's distraction, Jormungand isn't positioned to take out your Monarch, but begins to swivel her pieces madly on her coming turn. Vesa, however, the treasury is still exposed on time. You're going to need to give me a lash out to strike forth at it. To come for that treasure.
Absolute pleasure.
To stunt out there menacingly on the field and rush Jormungand's fear response rather than acting as the coldly rational Drake that she knows she can be as a master of games. Holy shit, and an overwhelming success. Technically speaking, the problem is solved, you get what you wanted. With only mile costs, you pick one option from the list above. Your as an NPC is something. In this unique instance, you just fucking fuck this shit up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say
the treasury is exposed.
It all with my claw, and then I got so into it that I started swishing the loot towards me with my tail.
Yeah, the treasury door has been bashed out, and Jormungand's like, that's not even part of the game, but I suppose that's what you get when you put people under the board. I digress. And finally, Nasilia, you need to escape notice as you lance your way into the enemy's piece.
Yes. What is that?
It's a subtle move.
Cool. I am all right at subtle. Let's do it.
So,
I did not do great.
it goes off almost without a hitch, but as your Lancer arrives, you see that the slime trap was placed on the floor during
not the slime trap!
During the face-down peace phase. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the scream that gets you caught.
Necilia, you need to actually give me a lash out now. You need to lash out or find some other solution. You're right about to lance and poke the Tower of the Sage, toppling it and winning your side of the game. But you can't get there and destroy it without your mighty steed, because it's technically the piece on the game board. You could lash out at the goop, as you are magically allowed to do by being an embodied piece in the game, although it might go poorly for you if you fail. So that is a hard move.
Or I could think of another solution. Allow me to enter the brainstorm.
Now, and bear in mind, you entered a loophole into the contract that only you know about to reveal whenever you feel like it. You don't have to decide what that was beforehand.
Oh, brilliant. I'll use that right now. Loophole. Slimes can't affect Lancers.
And you step across
that.
Little immunity, like puffs of cloud come off of your trampling feet. Jormungand's like, it's impossible. And then one of the not vampire things and says, actually, it was in the contract. Ooh. And Jormungand's like, puts on little spectacles, and she's like, damn and blast, it was! And you strike the Sage Tower.
Jormungand is like big mood for days.
Yeah, so you just strike it, and all the Board of Ages sinks, and all of your cute little costuming kind of like turns normal around you, and you're no longer game board.
Are you saying my costuming isn't normally cute?
Yeah, it is. But you have you had like a Lancer get up on. Jormungand sighs, plops it down, and says, "For the first time in ages, I must surrender some of my treasure loot to you for being victorious." And everybody, like all the peanut gallery, clap, and they're viciously taking down notes, studying it. They return to the peanut gallery, where they whisper in hushed tones and swirl their goblets and swill. Marga says, "Oh my gosh, you just beat Jormungand. Please, you have to help me get some treasure, because if so, we can use it to ransom, to save my friends."
Yeah, out of curiosity, how'd your friends get captured? Just, asking for your friends.
She's like, well...
Your friends we saw on the flogging rack?
I know. I know what's happening to them, and I want to stop it, but, Lord Yen here is too powerful. Look, we had the crate of adamantium, but somebody sold us out. It got stolen, in the hedge maze as we were approaching. Something just came out, and it was like vines grabbed us, and anyway, we lost the crate, and we were stuck on the grounds, and, it was like somebody had already tipped off Lord Yen here. He showed up, demanded where the adamantium was, and when we didn't have it, I only managed to get away because I cast some trinkets aside and used my magics to sink into the hedgerow.
Is it like a sense motive?
There is. Get a read on someone.
I tried.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me check that. Get a read on someone's usually about motivating.
It's under subtle.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, well, I'm gonna try that.
I'm assuming what you want them to do is to like verify the story.
Yeah. If this fails, I'm gonna flirt with them because that's my solution to everything.
Okay, so Necilia, you succeed. You get the angle you need. You could motivate I tell you what you might do to motivate them right now. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. There's actually literally reveal truths. I'm sorry. We have the benefit of a GM in chat. In this particular instance, I guess, because you succeeded...
because it's a soft move, since you actually,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You have decent... what's your soft?
My soft's -1.
Ooh, well, in this... because it's my fuck-up, I'll let you just succeed on a reveal truths. We'll say you have a unique insight.
I used another technicality!
Yeah, you learn something useful. You may ask the GM one of the following questions and get an accurate answer. This is all under soft moves, under the rules folder if you want to bring it up yourself. But what is the most dangerous thing here? What is the hardest danger to notice? What is being deliberately hidden here? What hidden motives are at work here? What did the most damage here? What's the biggest weakness? And who has the most power here?
Okay, what are the hidden motives here?
Yeah, so it seems that It seems that a dark truth from Marga's past could be related to why the shipment was stolen. And she feels personally guilty, and that's part of why she's fighting so hard to liberate her bitches, but she's not sure if her hunch is correct.
I go, sounds like you feel like this was your fault somehow.
She's like, look, it's not my fault. One time I really needed some alchemical reagents, or a friend of mine was going to have a bad time, and the only people I could think to turn to were the flesh crafters in the vault. But they made me sign this contract, and I'm not sure what it did, but I don't know. I got a little woozy in the head at the time.
You didn't read the contract?
Well, I did. It just said that, I was going to owe them later. But when I went back to ask if they wanted gold, they just said that they would, get paid back for it later somehow.
Oh, even I know that's a bad idea, and I walk around in this outfit.
I assumed it was an IOU. Alright, I was desperate. My friend wasn't going to make it. We had to get out of the dungeon, and things happened.
Tisk, tisk.
Judge me all you want. I'm still trying to save them. I'm not Lord Yen here, alright? I don't go back on my word.
No, you're not.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn to, I guess, Jormungand and be like, so we'd like to take her with us, and in exchange, we won't tell anyone how to manipulate your weaknesses. I imagine that would make gameplay a much less enjoyable enterprise.
My weaknesses, Cathud. And she advances and says, But she thinks about what you said and says, very well then, in return for your eternal silence, I will not give a fuck about Margot, whoever that was. She wasn't as good at games as you, to be quite honest, but do come by again. I always love the thrill of an erudite player. Yes, I would love to have a turn at several other games with you four.
I'm flashing flirtatious look, and I'm just like, oh, you betcha.
You catch a certain glint in her eye.
Ooh, hello. Well, you gotta send to the glint? How dare you?
What sort of glint?
This sort of glint.
Okay.
Wonders what advantage you would get from fucking a dragon.
I mean, presumably an intestinal rupture, but
I mean,
listen.
I don't know. Honestly, you know what? Fuck. I might press farther. I might make a flirt roll.
Oh, what are you hit it with?
You could do the impregnation now and have a nice dragon egg.
Marga out of the room while this is happening.
I'll say, well, it wasn't all that easy wresting that treasure from you, but certainly you wouldn't have left that part of your board unguarded if you weren't otherwise interested, would you have?
Jormungand says, I have been known to probe the proboscises of lesser minds to see if they are worthy to game with me and at me, and yes, perhaps I have grown deliberately sloppy. It is a testament to humans' meager gameswomanship that it has taken so long for someone to see my much dilapidated defenses take advantage, but I will note that I could play you one-on-one. It was your friend who won, after all. I have yet to see your mettle. Now, give me that flirt test. Let me see how that goes. Meanwhile, of course, you're taking Margot, slightly out of the room, and Margot's like, thank you for saving me. Perhaps I could update your journal with a location on the map.
You hear the Pip-Boy sound?
Oh, what's that? What's that? The vault.
Oh my god. I didn't even know that would be the location when I made that joke.
God.
Nice. Since Jorman mentioned how I was the winner, can I sidle up and just wingman for the double team on the dragon?
Roll,
here?
correct? Yes, not test a roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, double team. Yeah, absolutely, double team in the roll. Nasilia, you getting in on this? You hanging back?
I mean, I'm not about to be left out if that's your question. On the other hand, I don't want to cop their thing. There's a bunch of vampires hanging out.
You want to roll up on them?
Get to do some lawyer talk.
They make an eye. They say, I must say, your legal expertise is well, it gets the cold blood pumping.
Oh God, she's the lawyers. Fuck me. I don't have anything on that.
I'm gonna get fucked by legality.
Fuck.
All I'm saying is that we're going to engage in a legal discourse.
Yeah, they come up and they're like, "Oh, what's this?" They tug your chain a little, and then someone's like, "Ooh, why are you carrying somebody else's bag?" And thank you, Lamp, for the
Whenever they
raid.
tug my chain, I redacted.
Ba-doop.
Why does Lamp creative raids? Oh, what timing!
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna roll my flirt here, and
Yeah,
I'm gonna use all 3 of the bonds because I don't see us having another opportunity with them.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna go for broke. I'm glad I did. 9.
Very nice. Now, all right. So let's check the queer moves here. Flirt. They're into it.
Oh my
They
God.
pick one or both, and they're gonna
You're
offer you
such a
something they
flirt.
want.
Look at us seduce the dragon.
You each get a bond on each other. Okay. So Jormungand is like, yes. You seem like the type to go out for arcane trinkets. She pushes apart with her tail this and then throws out something. And she says, "This is a puzzle box of the ancient Hive Queen. It contains arcane powers for those willing enough to diddle with them." And she offers that to Pandora. And you also get a bond. And Vesa, she's like, yes, I know what you want. I can see the
Wow, I should have
deep
gone for the dragon.
animalistic. I can see the deep.
Getting prizes.
I can see the deep animalistic desires
I
within
don't mind
you.
diddling a box, but I was hoping to diddle the dragon's box.
Yeah, Jormungand's like telling Vanessa, and he's like, I think you'll find that my size and stature demand the attentions of more than one woman at a time. And she moves to she moves to redactedly reveal her redacted and engaged in the redacted dance of the Drake. Redactedly whittles her wings at you in a fashion most inappropriate for daytime Christian TV.
Also, I rolled a 12 on my flirt roll.
Oh, man.
Overwhelming success.
God.
Overwhelming success.
They don't drain you like a Capri Sun.
No. The fun part is to see the dragon is she's got all the best parts, and Max being a bottom and all.
All right. All right. So you get 2 bonds on each other, Max. You and the vampires. And
Nice.
they offer to transfer you a point of hurt if you want to be lewdly bitten.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's go.
All
There's
right.
no benefit.
They sink their fangs into you, and you feel the pain rising, but also intoxicatingly the saliva spreads, and it's like an addictive substance. You feel like you're having a good time.
No benefit,
And-
only bad.
And
A new addiction score.
yeah, in addition to that, you get they offer you, they're like something, and it's a bit of a scroll, and they say, "This is the ultimate loophole."
That's what I call my butt. Okay, what?
You pull it open, right? And it should seem to have some arcane writing upon it.
I'm literally pooing right now.
No.
Hogging right now. My God.
Oh no.
No, that's not what the scroll says. It's marked with various runes, and they tell you that this will allow you to get out of. It's a get out of jail free card that removes you from magically binding contracts. Additionally, they're like, "Hey, let's bang."
Yeah.
Whoa. That's what this is about. Okay.
And assuming you consent, activities occur, and everyone pops your moves.
Oh hell yeah! I got some dragon up in me. Woo!
Activities occur, most lewdly and foul. Everyone name your favorite car brand, I suppose.
Now this is a time.
Before
I'm a big fan of. I have a really nice Jeep that I'm a fan of. It's not there's some issues with the brand, but I'm a big Jeep fan.
we're all gonna have a chance to have them dragging their redacted across our redacted.
The new Ford F1 redacted. The best redacted in redacted. Redacted, but only redacted were redacted.
All right, so what happens down in the pit with Jormungand? You're doing this all in the money, by the way. In the morning, it's all just clean.
Pretty terrible. Like
Yeah,
gold
sounds
is not
fine.
comfortable.
It's a magical hoard. There's a price of pleasure.
We definitely slipped some coins between the princess's cheeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, to be honest, the two flesh piles might merge at some point.
All right, so Marga and so Chorus, what would you do while this is happening? You hear oh
my god, Chorus once again.
You hear the sounds of in the distance as Marga's like, oh my, something sounds downright exciting over there.
Like they're at it again.
He's just going to comfort her with share somebody's pain to get her back in shape for the next phase of her adventure.
Amazing. Hit us with that roll, I think. Is that a roll?
I mean, yes, basically all of them are rolls unless they're special moves. But yeah, so I'm going to be like, look, Margaret, like, it's not your fault. You're doing everything you can, and we are going to help. Like, you're no longer alone. Okay.
Wow, yeah, that's a success. And does that share somebody's pain? You pick one or both of the options, yeah. Bond on each other, you suggest something that you think will help ease their pain.
I mean, I guess both. Like, we're gonna go get treasure and then negotiate. We already have a plan.
She's like, yes, the vault.
Or actually,
right.
You know what? Mm-hmm. I haven't had sex yet this game, so I'm like, let's comfort each other.
Oh, yeah, Margaret's like,
Right.
oh, I confess, I've always had a thing for dolls. And, she comes in to
That's
swoop
kind
you,
of a weird thing to admit, I'm going to be honest.
to swoop you right on the
In
embroidered...
this context especially.
She rakes her tongue across your embroidered redacted as the redacted emerges from the redacted, and what's everybody's moves going off right now.
Oh my god! I mean, my move is going off so hard, especially after that redacted.
I know what your move is.
I'm gonna move so hard on all of them.
Nice. Now, are you ritually doing a spell, or are you just chilling?
I'm just chilling. I don't.
All right. Is there anything extra that your sex move does? Because it does trigger automatically.
I take a sympathetic token for casting spells on the others later. Nice. So I probably take some hair, take a scale.
Yeah, you get a little. You get a little toe scale. She's like, "Think of me," and
What is Jormungand's highest stat, by the way?
Jormungand's highest stat is probably her hard, because she has a body like a diamond.
Yeah. I get
she's hard, all right.
Cool. I get extra hard. Good God.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah point. Yeah, so monsters that don't have stats technically, but I assume for the moves purposes, like it would just be what embodies the entity in question. I actually don't know.
It's mostly just benefit the person because you don't really care for an NPC unless they're going to join with the party. And it will like relevant again.
Oh, apparently, yeah. So, alright. I assume that means you can get the plus E1E. But yeah. So meanwhile,
to get exotic. Well, not that exotic things.
Nasilia, you emerge from the puddle, and afterwards, someone holding your chain is like, you should really slip into the you go into the vault, right? Why don't you slip down there and be a good doll and take something for us? Yes, the Flesh Crafter has a certain device, a certain embalming hook with a sanguine glow. Bring it to us. It would be so nice if you did.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so
What?
the command is to bring the embalming hook with a sanguine glow.
I mean, shit, I'll go for it.
Did Jormungand just say that to her?
The vampires want it.
Oh shit, that makes sense. Okay, never mind. Oh shit.
All right.
That's...
So we resolved everything going down in the Jormungand and the Love treasure pit. And what's going down for Chorus?
I'm glad all 6 vampires don't have separate ideas, because that would that could literally kill me if I said that.
So many. It's okay, they don't have names or identities either.
I mean, they do, but you know, sometimes it's just a whisper between the lashes.
Okay, so I guess if we're done and spooning, I mean, like, look, my sex move obviously automatically triggers, but it's like a health exchange and I'm not hurt, so I don't need it for anything.
Oh, fair. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it all goes off, and you guys are done up. You know, after redactedly sliding off the turgid redacted, quivering in the puddles of redacted.
I mean, I'm assuming I'm just completely covered in redacted, given the number of redacted around me.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, no,
redacted
we're
all
thoroughly redacted, I think, at this point.
yeah, at one point you redacted all over gems and gold. Someone redacted in a chalice and then redacted out into the redacted before somebody sips it up in a redacted fashion. Yeah. Yeah.
If we have to redact any more, we're going to be completely redact for what happens later.
I mean,
What is this, the
I'm
SCP
thoroughly
wiki?
redacted at this point.
Yeah.
Covered in redacted. Enjoying the redacted of the redacted of the redacted. You know, never forget the redacted. So.
Yeah, so, yeah. And with that, you guys are good up with, you know, another quarter of the day still to adventure, and Marga has shown you the first passages of the vault. She says, it's not like the mines, it's still full of treasure, and there's not a Drake around to keep you from stealing it all. Thing is, just it's also kind of full of, you know, traps and stuff, but there's also the, you know, the flesh crafters.
The ones who trapped you and forced you to sign a mysterious contract? No, sorry, the ones who offered to save your friend in exchange for an exploitative contract.
Yeah, maybe steal from them, just don't get caught.
Yeah, I don't trust her. Sorry. My character would say to Chorus as soon as, like, we're out of earshot.
And it looked like, don't trust how? I mean...
I don't trust this whole situation.
I mean, there's really no benefit to getting them what they want, right?
There's no benefit to attempting to save other people from our marginalized community?
No, we have to save our fellows who are being flogged right now, but...
I mean, we could save them by killing Lord such and such.
Well, didn't we have this whole discussion about how assassinating even the 2 most powerful people in town, assuming we could do both, wouldn't change the systemic power structures?
Well, yes, that was when we moved on to plan B of killing God.
Yes.
Yes, like, I suppose the Bride of the Nameless King is going to be here, but I still feel like we should acquire treasures. That is our purpose in this dungeon. And
that's a good point. I do like
probably some of it to ransom.
Fine. You had me at treasures.
Amazing. The bitch is so resolved. The question now is just, do you bring Marga with you?
I'm suspicious of her, but I will not voice my suspicions.
I think she's probably fine.
Yeah, I mean...
Is she a bog bitch as well, or is she a different kind of witch?
She's actually... she's actually a bitch of the salty waves. She's more of a seafoam coral reef kind of bitch.
She's a wet bitch, got it.
Yeah. That's her witchery is focused around, you know, like the screams of the dead across the wake, the dead sailors.
The power of WAP, we got it.
Yes. Amazing. Yes. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should bring her in character. I, you know, reasonably trust her story, and I think it'd be bad to leave her unsupervised to do something stupid.
in character, I am not voicing any dissent, but kind of staring at her like.
All right, well,
All right.
we only need one magic user, but I guess if she can be useful.
Wow, someone jealous.
Yes, incredibly. Was it not obvious?
Yeah. Wait. Oh. Wait.
I mean, I'm not very perceptive, so.
All right.
Down to get to the vault.
Yes, you must ascend to the vault.
Indeed.
And you snake around the passages. It takes time, quite a bit of time. You feel like maybe eventually you'll be tired, but you manage to tucker out to the vault as you go down through these smooth facets of the dungeon. It's a blandly functional bit of stone slab floors and plain stone walls, where it isn't just semi-natural tunnel dug out and held up by the occasional support structure. Old, made to last, by seemingly alien design and carvings along the rims, but, you know. You make it to the vault, and now you are in a series of chambers resplendent with, through various portculli and past swinging scythe traps, lots of fucking money. Gold, gems, filthy lucre, all twinkles at your eye, whichever way you cast your gaze. And you are some casting gaze. And it would appear as if though you've reached the motherlode, but every bit of treasure, even a ruby embedded upon a sconce, yes, appears to have some lurking danger.
Yeah.
Curious.
Curious indeed.
Okay, let's
Most
use the
curious.
skill for this. What is it? Yeah, I think it's revealed truths for searching for traps. So I guess I'd like to try that and find something that's fairly high ticket with a trap that we can disable.
You see a hallway of swinging blades, and at the end of it, you see some very portable-looking electrum bars.
Ooh.
All right.
Like Electrum.
All right, so that.
So I'm gonna generally, as we're looking around, I'm gonna keep my eye open for embalming tomb with a sanguine glow.
Yeah, well, you do hear the tinkering and tottering of some people mixing liquids that bubble and pop, and grinding of gears, and a fleshy, cracky bit of like death, and you smell almost the odor of corpses coming from somewhere, which, no offense, kind of reminds you of Chorus.
Rude. Wait, are there corpses nearby?
In the middle distance, yes. You feel as
That's
if
a good idea. I'd like to go find one of those corpses.
you want to follow the sense?
Well, I don't think I really smell, so I'd like someone else to guide
Well, I mean,
me.
if I smell, I'm like, does anyone else smell corpses?
Hey, that's rude.
No, like different ones.
I'm like offended, like, you know, checking my herb sachets.
No, like no, not you. It's coming from over there.
Yeah.
Over there.
There's
Where would you say?
definitely something other than.
It smells like it's up and to the left.
You were able to figure all that out?
I have a very sensitive nose. That's why I don't go to the sewer.
No, I feel the same. Wait, how do you have as sensitive as a nose as I do?
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to quantify that sort of thing.
She don't knows.
So, like, do I find
My character nose goes.
Yeah.
from
Okay.
scaly to
So
normal
first,
skin
you
tone.
actually did the roll to like check out how to get by the trap, right?
Yeah.
Let's revolve that real quick, and then I'll take you on the corpse tangent. So that's a soft move. Which question you want to ask?
Sorry. I'm asking questions. I don't really know if any of these are helpful. Like, so I thought the thing I got was the information about the trap. I mean, I guess what is being deliberately hidden here on the off chance there's like a switch on this side we can just turn off?
Yeah, what you notice is that it seems like there are bits of stone circles, and if you rotate them, they will change the pattern on the swinging scythe blades. And they are structured every so often in the safe alcoves between blades, and you can set them to basically go in a pattern which is empty for a really long time, and then go scythe, and then waits for a minute. And it's easy to walk through that passageway in a minute. Just don't go off when it would be a bad time to go off, and you'll be fine. So you find a way. It would take some time to work it, and then you start to hear reports of corpses.
Yeah, I'd still like to go find a corpse.
All right. The gang goes searching for bodies.
Yay!
And you guys also hear the familiar bubbling and plinking and tinkering. It's kind of like the necromancer's workshop that you were familiar with, but a little different, because when you step inside, you see people wearing strangely coatish attire. And they look over and say, "Oh, what's this?"
Oh,
Oh no.
What a strange cult.
what a strange god!
Gods.
You seem to have happened upon a scientifically minded enclave of flesh crafters.
Oh no.
Yeah, of course, you know there's some like currents in the necromantic community that tend to be more scholarly about the study of death, a little less woo-woo, a little more test tube. They gaze upon you and say, "Oh my, a corpse doll, and in such mint condition.
Rude.
Tell me."
Right?
Yeah, it's very rude. And I'm not like looking at all Cumberland situation. Like, this is very blank.
We prefer to call her living adjacent.
By the way, you do spot a glowing red embalming hook on the table here by some of the body piles, of which there are many. Corpse and refuse piles, and it seems they've gathered together bodies of people who died nearby. Their gear is off to one side. And
how many of the scientists / functional undead are there?
So there's four flesh crafters, and there does appear to be one meager undead here helping them out, a mere husk, nothing compared to your sophistication.
All right. I want to use the tools the patriarchy uses to oppress us against them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I want to play the dumb girl interested in the science bubbles.
Amazing.
To endear myself towards them so that I can get close to the glowy and balmy hook and then take it and shove it into, I don't know, I guess my little top thing or a pocket because I have a jacket on. Or the bag I'm carrying. I have lots of places to shove things. Don't take that any other ways.
No, definitely not.
I think this is a flirt move.
All right.
I think so.
Especially when you start shoving things places.
Yeah, you succeed. They're like, "Oh, well, I mean, what do you say?"
I'm like, "Oh, you guys seem really smart. What are all these bubbly test tubes?
They're like,
things? You must have
yes.
such big brains."
Yes, he pushes his glass up and says, "Yes, my IQ is actually quite exceptional in my percentile."
Ooh,
and
do seem really exceptional.
And they come, they're like, "Oh yes, here's our undead. We call him Harry. He doesn't have any hair. It's a bit of a science joke." And
I laugh very sincerely.
So you distracted two of them, and you're right in the position to steal the fucking embalming hook. The other two see Chorus, and they approach cautiously and say, "My, tell me, how recently were you created? Whose workmanship are you?"
And just like no kind of backup, a hand nearing my short sword.
They're like, "Oh, no need for violence," and they back up. Marga is like lurking in the back, like around a corner, and she's like, "Don't trust them." But she's not revealing herself to them.
Okay, and I guess like the course is like slowly like, "I'd like to borrow a corpse."
Like, "Oh, Certainly. Well, we just had some people come in here who, I believe that's some paladin or whatever on a pilgrimage thing, and it points to like a half, like a body that's been ruined in some plate armor, and they're like, yes, you're free to have him. We actually found a legally binding do not reanimate clause on him, so we were just gonna strip him for parts, but you're free to do what you will. I believe you're free agents.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna, I guess, go over to the body and,
Yeah.
Well, actually, probably just look at Vesa and get her to help me drag it away. I wouldn't show them how to do anything. I'm not giving these bastards any tips.
Yeah, when you look at me, I glint my teeth, and they are full on not human. I'll help her drag it.
You drag the body away.
Oh yeah, I think actually you can tell, like, definitely draconic teeth pattern.
Ooh.
My normal, I think you probably would know that I normally have like a greenish scale pattern. I think they're probably red right now, because sex move activated.
It does help a bit. The reminder that you guys. It's not the fact that she was a dragon that bothers me. The fact that she was willing to kill and eat us. I don't fuck people who are, kind of in that headspace.
Yeah. That's why Nasidia decided to go with the vampire lawyers, who were very impressed with me and were very nice and complimentary.
Oh yeah, I'm sure vampires never, eat people or kill them. They're vampires.
I mean, if I'm never gonna have sex with anyone who's possibly gonna eat me, like, what's the point of life?
Yeah, it's not worth living.
I have never had sex with somebody who wasn't halfway prepared for me to eat them. Out of
phrasing.
You know what? I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, let's just move right along. So yeah, I mean, while I have Science Boys distracted, I'm probably gonna do some sort of clever move where I lean onto the table to stare at a beaker or something, but deliberately lean over the hook.
You're gonna roll a steal.
Tuck it in.
Yeah, you're gonna roll a steal. It's a subtle move.
Okay, unfortunately.
But here's the thing. When you did that, you got a bond.
Actually, I'm pretty close.
You got a bond on them.
All right. Well.
So you can roll it, and then if you want, you'll have at least a +1. Oh, did you just roll? Oh, okay.
You know what? I'm gonna be fine. I think I don't need the bond.
Holy shit! Yeah, they're totally taking with you, and they're totally just talking your ear off with some lame shit, they won't go away, and they're really annoying. And honestly, as they talk, you wonder if they really have passion about this quote-unquote science they're doing, or anything. At this point, it seems like they're more or less just propelled by this is the fact that this is what they studied, and this is where they are right now, and they don't really give a shit about anything. Much less you, but they do see you as a desirable object, and they are attempting to obtain you.
That's kind of hollow of them.
Yeah, that's weird. I'm not comfortable with that. They need therapy.
Yeah. These men, you look in their eyes, and you just see a hollow husk. Perhaps less living, even in a certain sense, than Harry the Undead, who looks at you with desiccated eye sockets.
I look at Harry with sympathy.
Yes. Harry didn't choose this. Everybody else, the flesh crafters did. All right.
I see. Is the rest of the party making moves to leave or anything?
They've carried a corpse out. You're the only one left in the room, I think.
Oh, I'm gonna be I look up, feign surprise at the fact that my party isn't here, and I'm like, oh, I should probably go after them. It was wonderful.
Yes, Hope Tracy, a vacuum promotional labor.
I feel like I linger in the door to be like, hey,
you guys fuck right off.
Definitely coming back, nerds. Don't worry.
So you guys get out with the paladin's body.
Awesome. Did we also get the saber or not? The one that's. Did we get the hook?
I don't know if Nasilia would have shown you that. She got it.
I mean, I don't think we knew Nasilia wanted that in the first place.
Oh, no. Cool. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay, so when we're a safe distance away, I, take off a surgical section of my, shin and stitch it into the paladin.
Oh, shit. His eyes glow green. Alright, so tell us about the move Chorus is performing upon the paladin's body.
Yeah, so this is basically what it says on the tin. I can what is it called? Oh, corpse puppets. Yeah, you can reanimate carcasses by stitching part of yourself, giving it like your own unlife. So it does hurt you, but you get total control of the animated husk with as much finesse as its state of decomposition will allow, and it's expendable. It'll remain around, remain loyal until it's utterly destroyed.
Nice. Well, he was recently deceased. All one of his hands was destroyed when he was killed. And you take 1 harm as you take a bit of you and goes into a bit of him, and you reflect longingly on the lease on life that represents, and he sort of goes, ugh, and the body rises.
Okay, now we go back to the first set of trap.
All right.
So where did you do this? Did you just do this outside in the open? Did we make camp?
We're in a dungeon.
Or is everybody watching?
I think everyone was watching. Yeah, you basically just in a hallway.
I wouldn't do it in front of those guys, but otherwise I have nothing to hide from this group of people.
Fair enough. If you wince or anything, I pat you on the back or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't perceive it as physically painful. It just is a loss of flesh mass that I need, but it is kind of emotionally painful in the sense that I worry about creating, a puppet construct. If I am alive and dead, then am I sending this person to, a truer... It's complicated, but I still value my living friends over this dude we never met.
Well, if ever you need somebody, my character is definitely willing to be supportive.
Aww.
So here you are.
So now it's the question, do we spend the time doing the dials to preserve this guy for future cannon fodder? Or... Yeah, probably. I mean, it'd be funny just to send him in, but each corpse does represent a significant loss.
Yeah, I mean, how many corpses are there in the war, really?
I mean, more. How many can I personally animate? They don't do us any good otherwise.
After a long series of gear shifts, you managed to get the corpse in here. You can grab up all of the electrum bars and some extensive jewelry, which is just now draped around him. You just, slowly timing it, comes out. He's almost out the door, and finally, he takes a full minute to get through the last sequence of them, and one of them takes him in the back left leg, just searing it off as, muddy blood comes out and spatters all over the blade. He skids around, but, sort of hops up on one foot, and continuing to obey, shoves the chest in front of him.
I'm just oh, Bertram, if I wait for it to, pause again, can I get the leg out?
Yep. You wait a moment, and you grab the skewered leg.
I'd like to sew it back onto him so he can still, limp.
Nice. I think for the NPC and this sort of thing, I think you just do it.
I could heal myself by resewing on parts.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know if this is a perform surgery roll. I don't think so. I think that's a special move anyway.
Maybe let me do it, or I can roll heal.
No, I think you just do it. He's up. And he carries the chest for you. Obviously, he's not as stable as he once was, but.
Well, we'll see what's in the chest.
I mean, it's a bunch of bars and jewelry. We already said what we were getting.
Yeah, so you have the electrum bars and jewelry. This is a fuckload of money worth of treasure, although only a handful of people in town can afford to buy this.
Right.
Although the electrum bars themselves and a lot of the jewelry does sort of work as liquid cash to a certain extent.
Wait, Margo, you said you needed a bunch of money to free your friends. How were you gonna do that?
She's like, well, a lot of the people... It's a very scientific term, fuckload. She's like, well, if I could get enough stuff together, I was going to bring it to Lord Yen here to get him to, let my friends go.
I walk up to Marga, I hold her face like this, and I'm like, that's a very dumb plan.
She's like, well, she bats away your hand and says, well, what are you going to do?
Well, now that
not get captured.
I think what they meant is, by yourself, it was a very dumb plan. Now you have the four of us here to help, and we can negotiate from a position of strength.
Wow.
You're good at negotiating. Why are you against this idea?
Here's what I've heard. I've known men like the good lord of this city. When I say good, I mean bad. I don't suspect he has any interest in upholding any agreement we make.
Well,
I suspect we'll show up with a bunch of money and, all of us, and he'll be like, well, I'll have all of that.
He has been known to do business with the bitches of the town. It's just that he's also a bit treacherous if something happens where he gets found out doing it.
Yes, we have to do it under the table, and I happen to know some juicy gossip about his wife that would have him come and meet us discreetly.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
That information he wouldn't want made public, so he could...
Well, if there's one thing I know, it's that noble families will do a lot of fucked up shit to preserve their reputations.
Just kind of pat you on the shoulder.
Yeah, no, I think we all look at you with that like, oh, honey, you're not subtle.
Indeed.
We are sorry.
Well, yes, it doesn't necessarily need to be a threat that we're going to expose the information, but just somebody who knows some information wants to talk, and then when we meet him in secret, we can bargain for our friends.
Yes. That is indeed, I believe, the plan that the heroes presently have. Gives Lady Oldie aftercare, indeed.
Yeah, and so I look at them like, do we need anything else from the dungeon? We've acquired
quite a bit.
Treasure.
Well, what if we get more loot? That way we can keep a large percentage of it when we have to pay off Mr. Dickwad Noble guy.
I mean, look, we've met quite a few of the dungeon denizens in many senses. We have a decent reputation here, I should think. We can come back.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, and time is of the essence in terms of rescuing.
They can only flog for so long.
Well, we still have a chance to give them medical care. I don't want sepsis to set in.
I don't know what sepsis is, but I can tell the difference between fresh meat and not fresh meat, and well, they were fresh meat when we saw them, and
indeed, everyone.
All around disturbing analogy, and I'm very sorry for.
Yes, where are you going with this?
And Chorus is like, yes, we wouldn't want fresh meat to become rotted.
No offense, but they're not animated like you are. They're weaker, I think.
She's like, yes, I understand what people are. Moving on.
Let's go.
I kind of lean in towards character names. Fuck. I lean in towards Pat's character, whose name I totally remember.
Vessel.
And that one. And I go.
Yes, actually,
very
Max,
good at this.
Max is wearing a golden bikini. Actually, Max is an extensive top under the jacket.
Yeah.
Yes, there's also a whole bottom part to it, which I'm honestly not sure I should show on stream.
Play dangerously.
Natalia, and I'm like, I know I'm not good at this. I'm not the talky person in the party.
Maybe you should say you're sorry and, buy them a chocolate.
To whom?
Oh, wait, they can't eat. Shit. Buy them a fancy perfume.
No.
Okay, well, now you're just being a dick.
I'm not being a dick. I'm being honest. I can smell the difference.
I'm just gonna stomp away. I'm gonna give Margot a look like, what you gonna do?
All right, so we try to leave the dungeon.
Yeah, you guys do,
let's
and
go.
you get tired. Honestly,
That's fair.
it's about time to camp. As you're coming back up towards Jormungand, there's a bit of a cavey area where you could, hold out. But it's pretty wide open. You'd be able to comfortably rest here. But do you do that or do you press on?
I think we take all the camping opportunities that we have.
I mean, we might want to go a little bit further to find if we could find a slightly more secluded area, because Lee said it was pretty wide open.
You remember the trek down from Jormungand, and you remember this area being lots of pretty plain, tight hallways without, dead ends like they were up from Fell Fortune Mines.
Okay, never mind. I guess we'll do it here.
Here's good.
Yeah.
Here works.
And
I probably got the area, set up everything.
yeah, your body just stands there, undead, animated, standing in the corner, silent, with your loot.
When there's like
Very
a
good.
silent moment, I would probably come over to Chorus and say, hey, I do hope I didn't offend when I was.
Yeah, so for this scene, Chorus is fixing herself. She's like stitching up. Like, oh, I hope this isn't bothering you.
Not at all. I've seen it before.
And then yeah, she softens because like it's clearly not bothering you. And she's like, yeah, I know you don't mean it. It's like, no, it's weird. No,
But I am. I mean, she grins.
And I'm like,
Super obvious things.
You're beautiful and powerful. I'm flops.
Beautiful and powerful. You've made your skin an art. Look at you.
And
You're creative and imaginative. You build things. All I do is destroy. All I do is devour.
Hunting is important. It's how you guys eat. Like, if you don't do that, nobody can create. Okay, I feel like we're flirting at this point. We should probably.
Yeah, pop it,
This
pop
is
it.
like a cross between flirting and reveal truth.
Just lean into Nasilia.
We are not
Kiss
sure
now.
what's going on, but
There
it's
you
happening.
go. Done a bad job at flirting.
Oh,
Okay. We all on the same
the
level.
bonds occur, and yeah. So that's one bond.
I'm probably going to sign up to Pandora and be like, hey, how's it going?
Well, I guess technically speaking, they're into it. They pick one or both of the options below. So this is actually Chorus's decision, really. For Pat's success, and Pat gets a bond on, or Vesta gets a bond on Chorus due to Chorus's failure, and then due to Vesta's success, Chorus picks one or both of the. They offer you something they think you want. You get a bond on each other option.
You're playing.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can probably do both, but yeah, I'd probably give you the mended gloves, which I spent like making pretty embroidery yesterday, and it's got like a nice leaf pattern on them. Stitching them.
Aww, that's super cute. Wait, I totally forgot about that.
And I'm like, here, let's try to get through 2 passes in town before I have to mend these again.
Thanks.
That's a new record.
Yes, it will be a new record.
Well, I'm rolling up. I'm rolling up on Pandora, and I'm gonna be like, "Can I stop carrying your bag now? It's really heavy."
That depends. Have you been a good girl?
No.
Yes.
It's like, I only
just-
gangbanged 6 vampires.
I was gangbanged by 6 vampires.
Yeah. Okay.
You gotta. Come on, Madeline. Grammar matters.
I think I'm gonna flirt back and just be like, I don't know. I don't think you've been that good.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah,
Let's
I-
find out.
Ooh.
It's flirty time.
oh, that's a
Damn!
very good flirt. Oh, but flirting. is
I'm
really
slightly
good.
better at flirting.
Yeah, the only thing that changes, I think, is that you could choose to transfer hurt between one another, at your
I don't have any
discretion.
hurt.
There's
No,
one
I
on
mean, I think
Nasilia.
we're-
But yeah, you guys get a bond on each other and can do a little something, something. But yeah,
I mean,
Yeah,
I assume
more
we're gonna
sex.
redact the redacted, right?
Yeah, we redact the redact.
oh wait, okay. So we're going all out here.
Oh my god.
Presumably we're sleeping at some point tonight, right?
We'll eventually get some sleep. But
At the
just,
very least, I feel like the general cuddle puddle of the evening is Pandora and Natalia and
Yeah.
Chorus.
Oh my god, Marga's just standing there sad about her friends.
yeah.
I used to have orgies with
I miss my
friends, too.
friends.
Wait, you said that.
Make
Lee,
it
I'm
small,
gonna
Luke,
ritualize
Halo.
this one, Lee.
Oh yeah.
Since we're getting close to doing the thing. So
And I mean, yeah, my move applies as normal, so once we're done, you can work that out.
I'm a roll the communes. Get a +1. More specifically, I kind of want to like fortune tell what's coming ahead when we have this meeting.
The meeting,
11.
you foretell. You get a clear reading. The wounded mother warns you that your meeting will be a success so long as you can make it there alive, but something yet lurks in the night. Something closing in on you.
I'm closing it on your redacted, if you know what I'm saying.
Whoa.
I'll probably call Vesa over once Ness is asleep.
Mm-hmm. Once she's in the pile of redacted, do you give her a command for the next day?
Also, I get the other XP for finishing my command for this one.
That is true. That did happen.
Yeah.
The command is you don't have to carry my bags tomorrow.
Wait, so how do you give the vampires the embalming hook of Sanguine Hue?
Do we have to go back through the...
Right now you're on your way back through Jormungand.
Yeah, I figured, we're stopping by that. It's where we took, we're going to take out. We'll just be like, hey, here it is.
I'm assuming that Vesa and Chorus...
Why are we going back that way? I thought the, entrance was lower down. There's a top one, but then we're going to have to scale the cliff downwards.
Well, so you guys could be headed west if you want.
We're backtracking to the lair first.
It would be... the thing is, it would be going through unknown territory. You haven't been over here.
Okay. That's fair.
My bad. I remembered I was, going to have to ask you guys that question, and I didn't. My bad. But yeah, so Necilia is taken care of.
I don't know. At some point, I feel like, for some reason, I feel like Necilia and Pandora spend a lot of time together, whereas Vesa and Chorus try to spend a normal amount of cuddling and stuff.
Hand-holding. That's why I was covering the hand-holding.
Hand-holding.
Lewdest of hand-holding. The most redacted hand-holding.
Oh my god, Lee, come on. I know we were going to do some freaky shit this game, but hand-holding?
So I do feel like they fall asleep together around there, probably under my now dry cloak. And sometime in the night, I probably have some sort of stress-induced nightmare and don't quite realize what's going on. And in my nightmare, I see my brother's face before me, but on the body, it's a paladin that was reanimated and limping like a corpse. And he's carrying something. He's carrying a spear. He's trying to kill me again. Trying to kill me, even though I know that I killed him and ate him. But in my dream, obviously that's not the case. And I know it's going to be a fight between my brother and his mates pop up. And I think I see that strange shape from earlier. The random dude that's cast in a yellow glow and maybe his dog. And I see them in my dream because I saw them earlier, right? So you can see familiar faces in dreams. And they're all kind of closing in on me. And I think I accidentally let loose of my form for a split second while I'm dreaming and bite into what I assume is my brother. It's possibly Chorus.
Oops, all Fang. As your body swifts and changes and becomes enribbed with scales. And Chorus, you might get a wee bit of a prick. I think is that a lash out there, gamer?
I think it is a lash out, yeah.
Give me that hard.
Lee wants you to give it to him hard.
9. Oh. Sorry. Actually, wait, it should be a plus. It should be a 10, actually. But I don't think that matters.
You pick one option on the list above, and so does the GM. I would say the move's victim gets a bond on you for this. What other thing would you pick from that list?
Entirely valid. The list which
lash out under hard moves.
Yeah. Okay. Let me check that.
It's in the Roll20. Rules moves.
Hard moves. Duh. Sorry, I was looking at the book this whole time. The problem is solved. You got what you wanted. Sorry. So I get the. So I mean, like, don't I just deal 2 hurt?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I succeeded.
Yeah, so she takes 2 hurt, and then also you pick one option from the list above, and so does the GM.
Oh,
I picked them. Yeah, but yeah, that puts Chorus down at -3.
No, it doesn't. I healed myself.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, put you at -2. Might be.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose someone you care about who's present takes a point of hurt as well.
All right.
Like, again, this is not like a voluntary thing. This is just something she
All
does.
right. So Pandora and Necilia and Marga are all asleep. But hey, the zombies. This guy. No, I would say this wakes you guys up. And I would say between Necilia and Pandora, who is more attached to Chorus?
Indeed.
I have the one bond.
I don't think I have any bonds to Chorus.
Then it would be me.
Then I think Pandora take a hurt. I think you. Do you get to always make it endure pain against getting hurt? I don't think so. I think it's more of a save against. Yeah. Okay. So Pandora.
Oh no. Okay. It literally says maybe you're watching someone suffer a grisly fate. Like, I think you can try if you want.
Well,
Yeah.
Sarah's saying it does not function in the sense of a save.
Oh, okay.
I think endure pain is more for when the environment is battering you.
That makes sense.
I think. I could be wrong. I could be misinterpreting that. Yeah, it's a specific move. Okay. Specific move. Distinct from. All right. We have the word of the goddess in the chat.
This was reminding me of how convenient it was in Ada to have the person who designed the game running the game.
Yeah, except they clearly know their game much better than I know Ada even years
That's
later.
fair, because I remember the number of times we
It's
just played Ada
simpler.
wrong, despite the fact that the person in charge of it was the one DMing it.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, Pandora, you're terrified to see Chorus being attacked by this giant serpent monster. Do you know? That the secret of
Or it's
Vesa?
probably the only one.
I don't think so.
This Pandora?
I think Chorus is the only one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh shit.
I mean, shit, I see this giant snake and I'm like, what the fuck?
How would you guys react to this?
I would react appropriately. I am going to try and save Chorus.
Nice. What do you do? What do you do to save your friend?
I call on more elemental spirits. I'm going to conjure a fire spirit to attack the giant snake.
Oh shit. All right.
No.
Because I don't know any better.
And yeah, this is like Chorus is like, wait, no, stop! It's Vesa.
Who do we?
I still got to roll for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's what would happen.
Yeah. Oh, hey. All right. I'll keep taking 11s.
Fuck that!
Dang.
All right. On a overwhelming success, the summoned entity is eager to help. It will perform a single service for you for no cost, and then return whence it came, and I get 2 bonds with it. So
shit.
I'm just like, I specifically say protect Chorus.
All right. So the fire.
So I'm not gonna sick it on.
Yeah. So you
on the
remember
snake.
you feel like biting into something that feels like it's gone too raw, and then flame hurt, and do you transform back, Vesa?
As soon as I regain consciousness, I think. Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, good, because I was about to go full Princess Leia Jabba the Hutt to you.
But you take here, I believe you're going to take 2 harm, and
Yeah, that's entirely valid.
yeah, you're pretty fucked up. Your friend's pretty fucked up. The fire comes between you and Chorus. It winks out without exacting a price, and Margaret's like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah, I second that. The fuck.
I fall on the ground, burnt and exhausted.
No. Like, oh my god, Vesa, are you okay?
Now,
Are you okay?
Chorus, you notice something as you're stepping up to talk to Vesa.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see like a little doggo to the north poking their head around a stalagmite.
Oh no.
You then hear you hear somebody pop a cork on something and then a whizzing.
It's the orphan.
some glass
Yeah,
breaks.
it's not the guy from your vision who's going to kill us.
Some glass breaks in the middle of the room, and the soundtrack changes.
Okay, and I gesture for my paladin to go stand in front of Vesa.
From the ROE to the MIA, and scram solver.
Yeah, I come over here and I'm like, Chorus, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean.
What the hell?
Okay.
You were a giant
Oh
snake?
shit!
In my dream, it was my brother again. Like before.
I'm just like stroking your hair and trying to assess your wounds and looking anxiously out into the darkness all at the same time. Very stressful.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Nasilia is on the case. They are just looking anxiously out to the darkness, which is monotasking, which science shows us works better.
Yeah. So, you know that the green flame in the middle of the room begins to spread out quite a bit. And you do see those of you who are casting your Pandora. What are you doing? Are you also casting your gaze to the north?
Yep.
You note an individual who seems to be here with mercenary intent, drawing a silver sword with a polar doggo.
Oh hell.
Yeah. They enter, weapon lower. I guess so. The paladin steps up, and the dog barks at them. And this individual raises a greatsword as if though to strike down the paladin. Would any of the bitches take action before this display could transpire?
He has hostile intent, right?
It looks like he's about to cut the fuck out of that paladin.
Alright.
And it's not like he has time to assess that that's an undead, unless he already knows it's an undead because he's, I don't know, been stalking you.
I'm gonna call the fire elemental back. Since I got 2 bonds on it.
You
It's gonna
did?
be like, hey, focus attention on him. Burn this bitch.
Alright,
He doesn't get the right to call himself a bitch. Excuse you.
alright. So
It's a lowercase b, not a capital B.
Oh, okay.
One of us.
You burn away at his armor and singe his hairs. So he's having a bad time. You don't track hurt on NPCs, so I think he just dies when I decide he dies.
Oh, well, it says we get to do as much hurt as we decide.
Right, but I don't track hurt on the monster.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so how much... Yeah, so I mean, I would say the fire elemental comes back. And you want to focus on this guy, like keeping him back?
Yep, I'm just like...
A wall of fire and flame springs up, and the doggo winds up separated by it, and it's like, orf, orf! And it's very sad that his master is on the other side.
Such a cute dog.
Yeah, that dog is gonna make us feel shit.
we're gonna feel bad for the dog, but fuck that guy.
I already feel bad for the dog.
There's a lot of discourse as to whether cop dogs are good or bad doggos.
Oh,
I don't
no.
want to
Every dog is a good
So
dog.
we're not getting into that one. All right, so
get into that.
all right,
too.
so that's what Pandora does initially. Nasilia, what do you do?
I mean, I'm probably gonna draw my sword.
All right, you
my
pull out a
rapier.
sword, pull out a rapier
And-
from your clothes. Yeah.
I'm probably gonna like step up to
Section.
here and be like, "The fuck is going on?"
All right, Chorus and Vesa. There's Flame. There's Undead Paladin. There's Marga being like, I'm out of my yeah, depth here. Okay, so yeah, okay. This is the fun climax. So the fight happens. Vesa, Chorus, what do you two do?
Okay, so I say, Bertram, that's my name for the paladin, seize the dog, threaten its life, and then I'm like, Marga, aren't you a bitch or are you a bitch or aren't you?
And she's like, I guess I am a bitch, and then she does some magic and creates a bit of a repelling ward on the dog, and the dog's like, oh.
That's the opposite of what we want.
Wait, we start by threatening the dog's life. I'm not sure if the dog's good or bad, but I know where we are. I've seen this
Are we
John
the
Wick movie.
baddies?
I know how this ends.
We're the good.
Yeah, the guy on the far side of the flame, he dances back, doing a very acrobatic roll, and he seems to be drawing a crossbow. The fire spirit is like chasing him, but he's aiming through the flames, trying to find the owner.
I provide for him an owner. I provide for him an experience. I break into my horrid form, this time intentionally, and fill the entire tunnel with my shape.
Alright. Roll me and endure pain as a bolt finds your side. A flaming bolt as it flies through the fire before the fire sort of like, overwhelms him.
So that was probably my hard roll.
Yeah, you would take 1 harm. And you could do that and gain XP.
Both of these are +2. Okay. So if I take 1 harm, then I'm K. I've gotten.
You're at -4. You're not down yet. The -5 is broken.
Oh. Okay. Well, so the first one was my roll to endure that, I guess, and then the bottom one was the roll for my horrid form, which was a critical success.
All right, so that's to go kill him, right? Or do you have to roll to shapeshift? All right.
Well, let me read you the text of horrid form.
All right, fast, if you would.
Your true form is genuinely horrifying, blah, 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 blah. You can do X on a success or on an overwhelming success, which I believe this is. The true horror of the event rattles your victim. Pick 2 of the reactions from the above list. So on the success, which is, of course, the above list, your victim is overwhelmed by horror. They choose one of the lists below. They forget the events of the past next few minutes. They flee immediately. They acquire phobia. They freeze. So I'm going to go ahead and make them freeze and also acquire a phobia.
Right. They stand completely still, and the fire elemental is still ordered to chase after them. I'm assuming that Pandora doesn't change its orders to just like burn him down, right?
Get rid of him.
The mercenary is terribly reduced to ash, screaming, frozen in place, transfixed by the visage of the beast, and the doggo cries out in whimpering sadness to see his companion fall in such a fashion.
I guess I gesture to the paladin to let the dog go, but stand in front of it in case it tries to attack us.
The dog runs over to the ashes and keeps pawing at the ashes, whimpering, digging into the dirt, hoping to find his boy.
I want to give the dog a pet.
The dog barks at you angrily, unhappy.
Well, I'm going to do the thing where you approach slowly with the back of your hand. Do that.
It is inconsolable and eventually flees.
Wait,
no.
can I do my form and do like a
Oh, one of you could. Well, yeah, do you try and share pain with the doggo?
Yes, that roll. Let's go with that.
You approach and you try to do it. Give me a. Is that a soft? Yeah. No. Yes. Share, yeah. So it's a soft.
Creators in this game are like, I'm not gonna let this doggo get away.
I mean, it's a cute doggo, but I can't share its pain. Except for that guy. He doesn't get a pass just because he has a dog. I don't care if he can empathetically bond with a creature, but oppresses like half of his species.
Oh yeah, no, we
fuck this guy.
2d6 plus soft to bond with the doggo.
Yeah, I rolled that lead. That was
yeah, you did an amazing job.
Oh God.
Yeah, gets to have a bitch. Yes, you get the bitch. Oh, with the bitches. The night passes in safety. You pass beyond Jormungand. We're running hard over time. I will just say that, like, to glide over it, you come through the moment of your greatest danger, triumphant, emerge together to town, and after some savviness and healing and communing with Marga, you manage to dick over this asshole in a late night exchange where he says,
phrasing.
Oh my god. Where he says, forget about it, bitches. It's... And then Lude pops up in Redacted Town. And that's how that goes. Marga's friends are all freed with very sore backsides and extensive scarring, which will of course be healed in the coming days.
Dick over this asshole. When I'm laying down on my back, just dick over this asshole.
Alright, yeah. Euphemia Sappho comes out of a bush and says,
sorry.
And they bitched happily ever after together, and for a better society, not run by asshole men. And he's like, yeah, I'm still here. And that's it. We are gonna do I think a feedback phase entirely focused on me. Rindis, if you want to shoot that off, because I know you got to go.
Yeah, okay. I loved this session. Everything about it was fantastic. All of the great lewd dad puns are always enjoyable. The rules are easy enough to pick up. It feels very reminiscent to playing something like Mass, which I like, and it's not too hard to keep track of. The only thing I would say better... are we doing rules or just you?
Yeah, just me. In terms of, but we could pass it along like in private channels to the creators. But things that I could do better in the future.
Well, you in particular, I require 50% more bad lewd puns from now on.
Oh God!
Oh,
game.
Your wish is my your quest is my command.
No.
But yeah, no, you're looking great, by the way. And as Escalade and everyone's pointed out. A+ fit for Pandora. A+.
Thank you.
Outfit.
Good outfit.
If you have anything else, by all means pop off. But otherwise, I know you got to go. So
have a great night, everybody.
You too.
Bye.
You too. All right. So just for reference, everyone, on Diesel Shot, we do something called feedback phase for some of our shows. We still do it for this one, for our one-offs normally. So I'm going to take it left to right as I see it now that Rindis has been evacuated. And that would begin us at Max. What was your favorite? What was your least favorite? What you want to see more? Yeah.
I thought this was a really fun session. I love the concept and pitch you set up with it, and this little world you created within the system.
Mm-hmm.
I love the puns. You know I love puns. I'm a pun fan. I think, at least for my character, and I feel like for the other characters, you did a good job of like incorporating our deals into gameplay and giving us each a bit of a chance to like do our thing. I think honestly, I'm sure you initially came up with it for Twitch content reasons, but like saying we use the word censored to describe everything just made everything 1,000 times funnier. The only instance in which I am pro censorship is when it adds to comedy. And this is one of those instances, so like keep doing that. At least until it gets old, at which point stop doing that. Least favorite, it was a new system. It took us a bit of time to I think get the ball rolling, but I also think it's a new system. Yeah.
PBTA games, once you've learned one of them, you can easily move from one to the next, and they're pretty prolific. There's lots of different settings that you can run with them. But yeah, this was our, as a group, first Powered by the Apocalypse. At least for the Diesel Shot cast. I'm not sure Rindis might have played one before, but yeah.
Rindis feels like I feel like Rindis has played one before.
So, but once we got going, I think there was some pretty solid momentum. I'm trying to think of what else I could see more of. I would love to play this game again, not gonna lie. I think it's pretty fun.
We recommend Dungeon Bitches here at Diesel Shot. Love the preview rules we've seen. Love the vibe.
Easily say, highly recommend.
Highly recommend.
Do we have the link to drop one more time?
We've got it. We've got it in like if you're watching on Twitch right now, the title of this stream has the URL to the Kickstarter. It's still running, still live. You can still back support.
Yeah, they just started. They just started last week, and they've already met their Kickstarter.
And you know what? They've got amazing stretch goals, cool settings. I'm a Diesel Punk boy. They have a Diesel Punk splat setting that I think they've unlocked now in the stretch goals. They've got more awesome stretch goals. Really go check it out. Support the community. Support the artists. Support these designers.
Ooh, Diesel Punk setting. I'm actually really interested in that. But moving right along to a bit more feedback. As for things, I really liked the dragon as an NPC.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but that's an NPC that's resonated with the level on. That NPC was fun, memorable in a way I think most of your NPCs aren't quite.
Yeah, because
we're bad. I just really like that.
Because they're rich and they love to play games, and that's you.
Ooh,
and you gotta freaking at me like that in public.
Yes.
I think we're all adding each other in public. That's the whole point of the game tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm glad people liked it. I was worried that the game got a little hackneyed. I deliberately didn't actually set up with rules because I was we're hand waving this bullshit.
I completely agree that if there was an actual mini game to play out there, it probably would have been a bit much. But I think it was just about the level it should be for fun. Yeah. I mean, there was some stuff I think I wish we could have gone into a little bit more depth with, but we were already cutting it tight on time, so
yeah.
Can't blame me for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I have an extensive dungeon full of shit, and people like, if you've gone the other direction, you would have met nuns in the nunnery, and yeah, yeah.
I guess that's none of our business.
Perhaps you'll return to this dungeon in the future. Awesome. All right, Pat, hit us with it.
Well, all right. So my bad thing, I'll come up front and say it like blatantly. I drew so many pieces of art. We only showed like 5 of them.
I'm sorry. I honestly think that it was a mistake to start you guys in town. I should have started you at the front of the dungeon. My bad. I probably could have cut the town from this game and we would have got the Yorman game. We got to the vaults. We could have gotten deeper. Like I think we would have seen more of the dungeon and more of your art if we had.
No. The town part was absolutely crucial. The town part showed us what we needed to know about the universe. It set our characters up. It gave me a great chance to perform a little bit of characterization on what otherwise would have been like, the normal, I am a scary beast person, good golly. And, I got a little depth to that, I think. So that was fun. I mean, obviously, we're playing these all in one shot, so we're going to be maybe more or less playing cliches to some extent. But I feel like the town phase was very necessary to provide a very nice foil to our otherwise dungeon trawling existence. And it gave us a good feel for the environment in which we live. It gave us a good feel for the oppression of the patriarchy that we're supposed to be combating. And I mean, it did all the things that it needed to do. So I think don't consider the town phase to be a removable element of this. I think honestly it did perfectly. You managed to encapsulate what I believe the feel of this to be, which is it's kind of a to throw words wildly at the camera, queercore, riot girl, punk is set.
Just reading your vision board from behind camera.
Right. It's just, it's got all these elements to it, and it's important to capture a bit of the fuckery before showing us the good bits of, having some fun lesbian times in a dungeon. We gotta see what we're up against, right? We gotta see why we're out in a dungeon. We gotta see why we people who are cleaped as bitches have to make our lives out in the margins of society, because we are detested, we are oppressed, we are brutally slaughtered if they find us, and we are not standing for their bullshit. And I think that's the town phase for you. The town is the true dungeon of the setting, and the dungeon is the more or less the interacting with like-minded people phase of the game. Like-minded people who maybe want to put you through some puzzles and would potentially eat you if you failed, but like-minded people.
Yeah, I think that's one of the intended point is like they go to the dungeon because it's literally like a better place to exist because society is so shit.
Exactly.
And I want to agree.
That's my feedback. I'm rambling. My feedback is you did a great job.
Okay, gamer. Yes, Max?
I do very briefly want to agree with Pat, because during my feedback you said, I think we should have started you at the dungeon, and no, I think starting us in the town gave us context.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like town should have been faster, but I did like how, normally I would have been irritated if you constantly forcing us to make decisions about a map that we, just saw. But I think in this case it did work, because it was about the fact that town, there's a huge risk reward to every single decision you make there. It's always dangerous to be in that space. It just kind of, it makes sense of the setting. It's cool.
Yeah, okay. The town is the dungeon, so to speak.
Yes, but Madeline, last but not least.
Okay, so what I liked, I think you did a pretty good job with all the things that aren't how you'd normally run. So having a vaguer dungeon, having situations you can resolve without combat, having interesting things to walk into and interact with. I think that went well. I'd say my biggest dislike was the complete sort of setup of the mercenary, but it needed to tie into the backstory somehow. I had no idea who that guy was or why we were supposed to be afraid of him, and we never learned. He just died. So that wasn't a very interesting conclusion, but was otherwise a very interesting and fun session. And then, yeah, I mean, I thought this system was really cool. All of the ideas, it opened like new kinds of role play, which I really liked.
Yeah. Very nice. Well,
may I just say also that it's been an absolute blast playing this game with you guys.
Yeah.
I will obviously be hosting my own.
Thank you for the follow, Aether Tales. Yeah. With that, I think that we remember to grab the Kickstarter link from the name of this video, and I think we're rating Madbird Streams. Madam, sorry, that's everything, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, I just wanted to say thank you. By the way, the authors are in the chat right now. We're gonna raid obviously another group, but thank you, Cave Girl. You've been fucking amazing, Cave Girl. Faye is the author of this amazing game that we're playing. It's on Kickstarter. You can go find it. Got a link for you everywhere. Join us in our Discord, etc., etc., etc. But this has been a marvelous opportunity. Sarah Carapace also in the chat. She's fantastic. She's the artist.
I think we got another team member in here as well.
Yeah,
we got the whole team.
We got the whole gang. They're all wonderful. We love to see it. Follow on the socials. Come out to the Kickstarter. Blame them if a dungeon bitch's copy catches fire and burns down your house.
Woo! Yes. Grab your stuff and copy it.
Yeah, but we're sliding over to Madbird Streams. Thank you all for coming out. You've been great. If you've got the dosh, back this game. It's excellent. If you don't, Exposure is Oxygen. Just
back
posting about it, liking it, all that stuff. Oh my gosh, no.
Mortgage your house, pawn your possessions. Do it.
It's worth supporting because it's worth supporting the community and showing that indie games and tabletop games can be about. I mean, like a lot of the people who are the villains here would be the protagonists of some other games. We put it that way.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think with that we pop the Madbird Streams and see you guys raiding. Oh, and don't forget to fuck our links. Yeah, all right. I'll hold off on the raid for just a moment to say join our Discord if you want to join the community and the conversation. Like the Facebook if you want to. Pat's Twitter's there. She did all the cool art tonight. My Twitter's there too. Yeah, I didn't want to do any art. We have a YouTube where the VODs go, and then there's a different YouTube. Anyway, a rating. Peace. Dream on, dreamers.